Oh no, it's not spooky time anymore. Oh no. Oh no. Oh gauche. Hello everybody. Let's turn on my gamer lights. I actually had like a power flicker. And because all my lights are Wi-Fi lights, it makes the lights go a little bananas, so they got turned off. One of those famous California brownouts that never happen. We're still doing Halloween parties this weekend. Yeah, there's still some wind down Halloweening going on. I need to still got to finish Phantasmagoria too. But now's not the time. You go back. Okay. Welcome everyone to Dragon Age. Oh boy, this is going to take a while, huh? That's fine, because we have some research to do. It's a new game, a new RPG with a new character creator, and that means a new Vin Diesel. And for this, I've decided we're going to go with the Arc 2 Vin Diesel. Because it's the only Diesel left that is remotely like fantasy action, and there aren't that many Diesels that are fantasy to begin with. Really, it's just Last Witch Hunter, really. Riddick is kind of like a rogue. But what we need to do, this is character study time. We have to determine what kind of action RPG class that whoever this character's name is. Wait, does he have a name? Or is he just Vin Diesel? Hold on. I know that his Arc 2 role is credited on IMDb because I check it often. Upcoming. Uh-oh. Wait, I thought it was here. Actor. Okay, Santiago. Santiago is who we are targeting. 2024. So we only have 2 months to go until we get to see Vin Diesel playing Santiago. I don't think... Have we done a 2-ROP? I don't think we did a 2-ROP. No, wait, we did. Because it's just Vin Diesel in a jacket. And he... Wait, no, I remember looking up a lot of pictures of 2-ROP. Maybe I never made a 2-ROP. Anyway, this one should be easier, minus the face, of course. Vin Diesel's face is always hard to recreate. But let's examine. Okay, we've learned a lot. We've learned so much. This is key, I think. Santiago interacting with ancient relics from a far more technologically advanced society. Kind of gives us liberty to do whatever we want with his character, which is kind of the point. Yeah, I can probably get really similar body paint, right? Like tribal design and then blue splorches. I need a bone necklace, fur pants, if possible, fur-lined pants. Bone and fur, but with a keen mind. The wisdom, know when it's time to fight. Vin is not Latino. Doesn't matter. His name is Santiago. And soon he will enter the mythical realm of Thedas. In his finest role yet. Ugh! Why does every fucking publisher do this character montage at the beginning now? Shut up! None of you are Marvel! Stop trying to be. Ugh. God. Blech. I'm so sick of it. Man, remember when gaming logos were cool? Like a rocket would hit a planet and it would explode. No other movies do that shit. It's only Marvel, and somehow it's infected every games publisher because they're so excited. No, EA, I want you to link my account so bad. So bad. Do not connect. Does it give you like a skin or something? Sure. Never continue. All right. You gotta make sure that all those graphic options are completely maxed out. Selective. Never. Blam. Blam. Ultra ray tracing. That's what we're here for. Yeah, that's probably best. Bump that FOV a little bit. It only gets more marbled from here. Yeah, that... Like, I saw the demo at Playdays and I was like, this is just Spider-Man. Like, it's Spider-Man. And that's fine. Spider-Man's fun. But it's Spider-Man. Like, it's not Dragon Age Origins. So you're right. I do need to relax. I need to accept it. I need to stop fighting it. I need to let it wash over me. Thing is, it was like, at least the intro that I saw was decent Marvel. Like, it was pretty good Marvel. Turns anti-aliasing? Oh, I guess it's probably a frame buffer thing. Let's try that. Let's see how whack frame gen looks in this game. Succumb to the Marvelization. Anything can be good. Anything in any style can be good if it's done well. Doesn't matter.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient
about this music though, it sounds exactly like Marvel. Bum 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 ba 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 ba. Like completely forgettable, the most boring instrumentation ever.
Elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil.
Whatever, it's fine. I'm sure the music will get more distinct. It's fine. Fine. It's a big, stupid, expensive game.
But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil.
Tear down that veil.
Even if that...
Hello, Hamzak. Oh, first time in stream. Well, welcome. You picked a good one. Because this stream is going to be even more Vin Diesel infused than most streams. And I steadfastly believe that the quality of my stream is relative proportionally to how much Vin Diesel there is. I mean, that's pretty Vin from the get-go, right? But he doesn't have horns. The thing is, like, the tragedy of playing a variety of Vin Diesel characters is even though his repertoire is vast, they are all humanoid. Please don't calm down on the Marvel/gaming hate. Nah. What's the point of being upset about anything? Huh. When you cycle your gender, it doesn't swap out the preset. Oh, you have to keep scrolling. None of these are very Vin from the drop, huh? Bum, 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 bum. I just keep randomizing until I get something closer. All these people's heads are far too, like, square. Need something more oval. Eyes more rat-like. This is where you, like, you have to cycle back here. Okay. I'm starting to think that this game's presets may not include anything that's kind of close to Vin. I mean, White Dude is the closest I've gotten so far. Well, his face. That dude's face kind of a little bit. Customize button on the right in the appearance tab. Maybe I will. Oh, okay, there you go. Starting preset. Gotcha. Okay, it's just these. The blessed head blending experience. We recommend setting all facial feature sliders to the base values. This can be done at the later time. Would you like to do this now? Oh. I feel like I'm kind of close already. So this is when it's, yeah, let me see if I can, I think they'll let me. Shit, hold on, I gotta put it in windowed mode. Will you just let me do it? Oh, you will. Okay, never mind. Let's put our reference here. All right, now we're gaming. Why does it say 25 out of 30? Can you, oh. Huh, okay. Definitely hide that hair. Damn, this sucks. I need to make the window. I don't think I can just click and drag it. Are you not allowed to change the resolution while it's windowed? Game will play in a resizable window. Sure? Are you convinced that that's... Oh! Okay. Gotta get the magic pixel. Okay, that's actually pretty slick. I really like games that can do that.
I knew him
Skip.
as soulless, smart.
Bum bum bum, ba 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 ba. It's Dragon Age. Love of a Veilguard. It appeals to everyone. Ba 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 ba. All right. Stop it. Do I have to find 3 heads that look like Vin, I guess? Or have Vin features? And I guess we'll just ballpark it from there. If trying to create Vin Diesel and multiple character creators has taught me anything, it's that I'm not very good at making Vin Diesel and character creators. Oh. Steve Milemore. Thank you for the sub. And Stowaway, thank you as well. Woo. New guy in. Thank you for the sub. Vin's a little pasty, but he's got just a touch of that. That Sicilian glow. We're getting somewhere with Rugged 3. He definitely has a rugged complexion. Yeah, uncooked hot dog. A fantastic descriptor of it. I need to get that hair off, like now. Just so I know what I'm dealing with here. No hair. Thank you. Those eyebrows are very intense. Huh. Why does he have like a whole stripe? The part of the ruggedness? Yeah, it is. But it looks like the other one's wearing like rouge. Maybe there's another slider for that. Hmm. It's getting flattened. Oh. Doesn't really have much of a brow. It's just kind of like flat face. Yeah, the lips are throwing it off for sure. Yeah, maybe I guess we should target the aspects and try to dial it in from the ones that are the least, like the most here we go. He has pretty thin lips. And they're not very protruded either. Mm-hmm. Gotta pull in that chin a lot too. Chin bump. Oh, no bump. Yes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you definitely need the double chin slider for the Vin jaw. No other games really have that or had that. That was very difficult to create, this puffy waddle that he's got. Let me get the eyebrows first, actually. He's got some thin eyebrows. Not like that. They're like thicker, but not that like dramatic or well manicured. Maybe if I can like thin it out or make the opacity less. Still too thick. I need something thinner. Okay. I guess we're getting somewhere. the Dark 2 ever come out? No, it did not. No, it didn't. The arch is a little dramatic. Man, they were... I guess the... doing like cuts through the brow is really fashionable right now. No eyelashes. Yeah, he needs to look more like a genetically engineered baby who's somehow been alive for years and years and years. Can't even see it. Like, if you go no saturation, it just gets darker. Maybe like that? Might be as good as I can... Something that matches his skin tone a little more? Yeah. He definitely needs a larger cranium, but I don't know that I can, like, extend his head up. I don't know that I can make his head actually bigger. Unless I can, like, raise his head. No, it's just depth. They may actually lock... Oh, it's scalp settings. Okay, my bad. Scalp. Scalp, thank you. Right. That's about right. I would like some more like forehead wrinkles. I guess we'll get there. Wait, you... Huh. I don't really know the contour of Vin Diesel's skull. It's sunken in. It is pretty, like, straight oval, though. It doesn't, like, bow out too much. It doesn't come in. It's just kind of like a giant oval, which I like. Of course I like. Okay. Big head. You need the ridges. Like, you need the 11s, you need all that stuff. Let's see if that's in there. Yeah, the cheekbones can come in. Gauntness. I want the lines, but I also want some cheek pooch, which he has. Like, I want both extremes of the slider at the same time. I want the backfill, but I also need the pinch in around the mouth. Really would like to smooth out that chin a little more. Hmm. I just want more lines. Like, the complexion unfortunately isn't giving me everything I need in terms of Vin characteristics. He's too smooth still. Oh, I need to make his eyes black. Like there's no soul in there. That's what we're looking for. I like the hint of a smile we get sometimes. Oh, man. Oh, you can do the eye shine. Damn it. I should have saved Riddick for this game. Look at that. Huh. I'm surprised you can't like actually control the shape of the eyes. Unless, oh, well, it's like you can move all the sliders, but the actual eye shape, is that part of the head? I guess it is. Why does it look broken? Vin does have pretty small eyes, and that's what I was hoping for. But I guess you just have to... You just have to find a small-eyed head and then drag the slider closer to that, but that comes with everything else. Hmm. Yeah, it's tough without the severe expression. The trademark Vin Diesel expression. Okay, here we go. Only face paint. Hide top. All right, what do we got? Perfect. Oh, mama. There's a lot in here that's pretty close already. Can I combine this with other things? Let's see. Scars, I guess. He's not scarred in Arc 2, which is odd. A warrior of his I think a warrior of his renown would be carrying some mark of battles past. Yeah, I was hoping I could, between the two, maybe I can. Here, if I make the claw marks blue, they're on one side. Okay, they can only be flesh toned. You can have top surgery. They do that in Dragon Age. Sure, I guess. Wouldn't they have spells? Wouldn't they have spells in fucking Dragon Age to just whisk your titties away? Or give you ones if you want them? Do they really have to slice you open and yank out all the guts? My immersion. Hide that top. I guess I just have to... Okay. I guess. Maybe Santiago is such an amazing warrior that he never had to deal with getting injured and enduring a permanent scar. There's always something off, but I can never put my finger on what it is, you know? I really think if I could add the skin wrinkles. Also, I think well, he's under blue light here. Let's see if we can find a Santiago under the sun. Fights with both feet firmly planted. Very firm. Yeah, it's like I would like to alter the shape of the top lip, the shape of the bottom lip, like it needs to come in more and then also be a little poochier. Maybe I can get in there. Got to put my YouTube stream live. Whoops. So easy. Stream on you. Okay. It's not so bad. Yeah, I would really like to change the shape of the eyes. Without having to alter the rest of the head shape. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, I would like a lower lip width, but I don't get that. It's just width. Yeah, there's a slider for eyelid or something like that. I'll go look again. Facing up, down, left, up, down, right, up, down, depth, tilt. Okay, vertical distance. Yeah, you can do that a little. Okay, there we go. That helps. Okay, all right. There's no like, I guess there's no, wait, hold on. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Egg. Hourglass. Jacked. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Glute size. Schwank. Bulge size. Absolutely. Okay, it's the same thing. That's actually not bad. They kind of have the like silverback titty that Vin Diesel has. It doesn't quite have the pronounced gut, but also, I really wish I could put a tattoo around his nipple, but that would be the wrong Vin. We don't want to get into the... Okay, accept changes. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. Appearance. Color's off. Color's still off? There we go. Oh, hold on. I really hope that... This is what... I don't have this window up when I go live on YouTube. I don't think it actually works. Or something. I did not do things in the exact right order that YouTube demands. Ah. All right. All these smug Vins. Santiago was probably a warrior. You know? I could try to make a case for him being a rogue, but he is the leader of a nomadic clan and the protector of innocent brown girls. So I think that makes him a warrior. Pretty full up. Let's see if YouTube catches the wave. There we go. Sorry about that. Weaves baskets for the entire tribe. Love his smug little expression when you cursor over him. Faction. Veil Jumper. Shadow Dragon. Lord of Fortune. Morn Watcher. And Teven Crow. Assassin. Elite Necromantic Order. Explorers, Hunters, and Treasure Seekers. He's an old warrior who seeks peace. That's who Santiago is. Determined to bring justice to the people. The stirring group explores ancient elven ruins in Arlathan Forest. It's forest-based, but I don't know. I feel like we none of these really match. Daring exploits and narrow escapes. Pick based on surname. Okay, that's a good. Thorn is a really good surname. So wait, you don't get to choose your character's last name? Yeah, I guess we'll have to go with Thorn. A Grey Warden. Boring. Increased damage versus Darkspawn seems pretty important. Base defense and health. Alright. Santiago de Riva works? I wanted his name to be, Veilguard. But you're right. Santiago de Riva does work. Swift Knives in the Dark. Again? I could have been Riddick. Ah. Ah. Mercar sounds pretty good. Santiago Mercar. Aldweir. Kind of don't want any of these. They're also like goody two shoes. Like even the Thieves Guild is like, they fight for justice. Do they though? Couldn't they just thieve? Very like modern Dragon Age, or sorry, Dungeons and Dragons. That kind of like corny-ish, the cake is a lie nerd culture stuff. That's the other thing that makes internet hardcore dweebos balk a little bit at it. Damn it, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Antiva's shadowy protectors. They're assassins. But they're already writing them as like they're good dudes. So you have no choice. Alright, Santiago de Riva it is. Assassin extraordinaire. Sure, that doesn't sound like Santiago at all, but when the invaders of Treviso took people captive, Rook was determined to free the prisoners at any cost. Oh yeah, they call you Rook. I forgot. Can't even put in your name. A talented new crow recently promoted to full membership. Rook chafed at the cautions of his commanders, especially with his city occupied by brutal soldiers known as the Antam. When Rook saw a patrol herding along captives one night, he leaped into action. Despite saving their lives, however, Rook had unknowingly compromised a larger crow operation against the Antam. Rook's superiors were incensed, sidelined for his actions. The young assassin searched for new ways to prove himself. All right, I guess. That's lame, but I guess. Rokitic. My monitor just turned off. Oh, it's back. Okay. Right. Adventurer. I don't feel like this game is going to be very fun to play on hard. Yeah. Dragon Age Origins was hard as fuck, and I liked it. I don't trust that this game will have anywhere near the same amount of, like, depth to the combat system. It looked like Spider-Man. Like, just dodge and parry everything, and then use all your abilities as soon as they're off cooldown. Yeah, just hit Guy more. Yeah. You can get hit less, and you have to hit the enemy more. Okay. Turvy. Okay, you can type it in. Okay, yeah, you can't.
Time to get to work.
What's he been saying now?
Well, we're not in trouble. Let's move.
None of these are Vin Diesel!
Well, we made it.
God damn it. Oh, wait, hold on. Low.
Well, we made it.
Oh.
I'm happy we're here. All of us.
Hi.
Hi.
We're working together.
Hello.
We can lend a hand. He's always got some story.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Past adventures, the Inquisition. What is this? Customize. Thought they already told me my backstory. Oh, you get to like change what happened in other Dragon Age games. 8 years ago, a catastrophic breach in the Fade realm of magic and dreams threatened the world. Through circumstances or some claim fate, a woman rose to lead an organization known as the Inquisition. Governing men and lands, rallying people to the Inquisition. He's advised an elven mage named Solus. So it's only Inquisition? Alright, fine, who cares? I didn't even play Inquisition. Finalize. I'm sure. Oh, Big Shot Pink. That does kind of sound like Fable 1. Fable 1 was like doofier though. Reload. Nearly everyone in Fable 1 was like a drooling simpleton. Very British.
So, where were we? Oh, right. Him. Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Minrathous, capital of the Tevinter Imperium.
I can already see some weird frame gen blorbles.
In a city this big,
I'd have to turn that off.
we need a local expert.
It was a good idea.
So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town. And a missing contact.
He's gonna get hit with a chair and then he'll be like, whew, the drinks here have some kick. And then it'll start playing My Chemical Romance.
Where's Nevgalis?
You think you can come into my bar
Pose.
and make demands?
The choice is yours from the start. No matter, you get to choose. You choose. There we go. That's a little more Vin. He's got the brow.
Nevgalis is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I'm not leaving until I know where she is. Be ready to talk by the time I get to you.
Darling, you're adorable.
Yeah. Thought I was a thief? A thief who got in trouble? But I made the decision. I chose this.
Not enough gold in the world for this.
Tarek, now!
Meet Bianca. She'd like you to stay a while.
Yay! Remember? Dragon Age 2? Yay! That was a good stunt fall.
Nev.
It's just weird that, like,
Dumat
video games,
The Venatori
by their
Council
definition, are not
took
shackled by
Dumat
all the
Plaza.
things that films are shackled by, which is like stunts being done by people.
Thanks.
And yet, video games are so proud when they mocap a stuntman taking a fall like that, and
Your friend Nev Gallus. He's at Dumat Plaza.
I
makes it
heard.
cinematic.
That's why you're my second in command. Although, for the record, there was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
Oh, we get the snark reply.
It got us Nev's location.
That was not bad though.
Harding will be worried.
I'm always keen to watch any interaction of like custom characters with props or wardrobe use film illusions.
I hope Nev's as good at finding people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her. The Archon's palace. Something must have gotten them riled up.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus.
Vin protects the common man. Hold on, let me turn off. Oops. Yeah. What the f— okay, that's weird. I wonder if it was actually trying to render at 120. That might explain part of it. Do you think the game is saved yet? It's probably saved, right? I might actually. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, sick, hold on. Very, very cool, vista to kick the game off. Oh! Okay. I guess it wasn't... it wasn't where it was supposed to be, but they nudged it over. Now it's even closer. Great. Oh, Sparky Willie? You gonna play trans character? I guess you can, if you want to believe that Santiago is trans, then you can believe it. I won't stop you.
You still think you can talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
I mean, it looks good. It looks expensive.
But I didn't do
That was my big takeaway from the gameplay demo they showed.
Get
Like,
down.
okay. That's
They after us. Is it because of the bar?
glitzy, big budget experience that AAA used to be.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we...
I like looking at expensive things. I've always liked, brash, ostentatious, high-budget video games.
Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go.
Yeah, high production value isn't a sin.
She'll get us...
I agree. It's often kind of seen as that for, I think, understandable reasons. I think similar things could apply to movies, really. It's like, you got your idiotic big budget movies that are meant to be dumb fun.
Solus summoning demons on purpose?
I guess as the veil is weakening.
But interestingly, I'm thinking a lot about this. The trajectory from the Mummy to Van Helsing, things can get overproduced.
It's going to look a lot like this.
There's a magic window to hit, and more is not always better. More has always been better in gaming until right about now.
Come on.
I think games like God of War Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2, you know, Sony's high-end stuff, almost a little too much. It's like too much fluff, not enough soul. You dare criticize Van Helsing? I'm not. Audiences did.
Now, get inside and bar the door.
Yay! Took you long enough.
You all right?
Oh, I was
I've been
hoping.
doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
I remember that was another thing that it was kind of grating is the like,
Through the fading years.
you can feel the pause for applause, you know,
What about you two?
with all the hero shots of returning characters, but that can't happen the whole game because they won't have returning characters the whole game. Maybe they will.
We need to move.
Agreed. Solus isn't waiting, neither can we.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there.
Just a bag of potato chips
Wasn't she at the meeting point?
and The Fast and the Furious on DVD.
We grabbed it before we arrived and paid off the bar.
Street Shark in package.
Not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling.
Bottle
with
of baby
Venatori.
oil.
Follow me.
Oh, I forgot to. Wait, no, I did the Discord note. When I played, I've enjoyed. The writing is questionable. That's the weakest part. Yeah. From the very limited experience I had, the writing seemed like it was trying to be mass market. Like some jokes, set up a punchline, lines that work on everyone. That can still be fun if it's delivered in the right way. We'll see though. I don't know though. Very few video games have proper good writing. The best they can hope for is like emulating a little bit of the cheese and fun of good blockbuster game or blockbuster movies, which is what I'm hoping they'll do here. I thought Dragon Age Origins had at least like interesting scenarios. I don't remember any individual lines really sticking with me, but
That's the last of them.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev.
sometimes to me the virtue of
Patch yourselves up.
good video game writing is just enabling interesting player situations.
Solus tears down the veil. Doesn't that destroy everything?
Like the dialogue might not be interesting, but the scenario it puts you in and the choices it asks you to make are.
The world existed before the veil, and he wants to bring it back.
Treasure.
His ritual kills us all in the process.
This is a heavy like ground clutter game. Is there a lot of pick-upables? Am I gonna need to? Oh, treasure. If it's just like little squirts of gold, then that probably doesn't matter.
You are in violation of Imperial order.
Who's violating the Imperial Order?
Dumont Plaza.
The demons?
Let's move.
People just leave money around. Yeah, remember how like 2 minutes ago we saw a beggar asking for money? I guess you can probably reason that like when Darkspawn started invading, people just ran, or in the chaos, money got dumped on the ground.
Put up a barrier to block the way.
BioWare seem to be the only ones who don't want more Dragon Age Origins. Well, I mean, we got Larian now, and like the Pathfinder games, Pillars of Eternity. Like there are games that are genuine attempts to evolve that old school CRPG style. I think the problem is, well, until Baldur's Gate 3, conventional wisdom was that those games don't sell. Or they don't sell nearly enough to justify the effort it takes to make them, and they are very complicated games to make. next to like an sim, a giant like interactive story open world CRPG is probably the most intensive game you can make in terms of planning and content and cost. Something like GTA is probably above that. Something like Cyberpunk. Jesus Christ, this game needs to sell like tens of millions to be worth it. And also we need the best game developers that exist to pull this off. Right below FMV games, yeah. FMV games are a strong number 3. Actually, FMV games are probably one of the cheaper, easier games to make. Because it's just a bunch of branching paths. As long as you have solid like flow chart of the states of your game and you get all your shots, you're pretty much done. Sure, that's not true, but still. Driving kick. 50 rage. Hua! Trademark Vin Diesel dropkick. It's on a cooldown. Well, I guess it's on a cooldown and it requires rage. So at least there's some resource. Yeah, when a lot of games switched over to just having all the abilities be on cooldown, I was like, Jesus Christ. Here we really are taking it like every higher level thought out of this game. Any kind of planning or resource management or... Again, Spider-Man had a decent compromise, I think. With the leg. But it didn't end up mattering, I guess? Yeah, is this a new character? I don't remember her.
Harding. Not the worst timing.
The camera sure implies that I should know who this is.
It's so good to see you.
She from Inquisition, I'm guessing?
They thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in the city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook.
Oh, you're thinking the dark tone of the story?
Who's an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but he tends to think in straight lines.
We haven't got a lot of time.
I think he's trying to figure out if he just got insulted or not.
You get right to the point.
Yeah, dark fantasy RPGs.
But I did find hints of old magic.
There's some out there.
Similar to what you get in Elven ruins.
Dragon's Dogma, kinda?
I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Elden Ring?
Then let's go. Before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
I agree, Zezanizzle. I prefer using resources and AP or magic wisely as opposed to waiting for cooldowns.
You told me.
Yeah, I feel like cooldown-based combat,
Told you he was an ancient
when you have something like League, you know, when it's against another human,
Well,
then cooldowns are a lot more interesting because
he's causing trouble in my city.
that's information you can use, right? You can bait out a cooldown, then you know you've got like 30 seconds before they can do it again, which changes your tactics and all that stuff. If the enemy AI reacted that way, or if the enemy was on cooldowns too, that would be interesting, but they never are. So it's really just you, and if it's a PvE game, then it always just devolves to
What's the plan?
the most efficient way to play the game is to use your cooldowns as soon as you can all the time.
full attention.
Unless it's a worthless skill.
Doing his ritual, so he can't fight us.
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight up fight, we're dead.
But yeah, it's some people don't like the planning, execution, or item management layers of traditional RPGs. So they just kind of get screened out of games. Which is like, to me, could not be the more polar opposite of Dragon Age Origins. That was a, at least the experience I had, which is different than console. The PC version, I need to remember, you got to be specific about that. The PC version of that game was no joke. You had to pause and think about all your abilities and how they work together properly and what items you have. How many turns you have before you lose or other enemies show up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just optimize your rotation and stick with it. Diablo 4 can get like that. But it's fun. Whatever. It's a kill thing, a number go up game. Fine. MMOs, you know, WoW kind of was on that train. Speaking of like resource management, that was one of the more interesting things about Final Fantasy XIV in some of the earlier days, in Realm Reborn at least, is that MP management was actually important. Like you had to very tactically heal. You couldn't just heal all the time. Now you really only run out of mana if you're just spamming the biggest stuff and not hitting your MP recovery cooldowns. What the fuck? What is that? What did I just do? I have like a sword wave? Alright. Zelda now, I guess.
Enchantment on the entrance.
Enchantment. Remember that? A brave little boy who loved enchanting. I can't remember his name.
So this is the Dread Wolf's hide.
I mean, that's good writing.
One of them, at least.
Enchantment.
How long he's been here.
Yes,
This
enchantment.
looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
Got mantling now? I'm surprised I don't have like a lantern I can turn on.
Broken chains. Solus is free.
What's your shield? Oh, okay.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
He said the
Sandal!
gods were
Yes.
tyrants who oppressed his people. He was trying to help them.
What a king. The real hero of Dragon Age Origins. This boy's got a strong back and he loves enchanting.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
Mirror.
Well, that sounds ominous.
Oh, FYI, also. Everybody, I'm going to be switching over to Payday 3 in a little bit, probably after I finish the prologue here,
Yeah.
because I'm getting
Trying to
sponsored
improve it, maybe?
by Payday 3 and the Year 1 edition.
Elven gods were
So if you want to play Payday 3 with me,
binding dragons.
I need some buddies.
About that much, at least.
Get it all downloaded and ready. We're going to do some heists.
More demons.
Yeah, getting money to make money. Two-handed weapons such as great axes and mauls. Basic defend is replaced with time defend. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, I got a big old hammer. This looks like those hammers they use to pound mochi. Time to give him the bonk. I'm guessing the green do these heal you? They do. Okay, so if you have max healing potions, it auto uses.
Locked. There must be a way to open it. Let's look around.
Air's full of magic. Solus used a lot of power for something.
You only got Payday 2. Well,
Solus, the Dread Wolf.
if you use the Payday command,
He's got a lot of names.
perhaps Payday 3 is sitting there with a tidy discount.
Let's see what's on the other side.
But Envy, you've thrown so many subs. I can't talk you into buying something unless you want. Unless you want to. Oh hey, Dragon Age 2. The Dragon Age 2 art style, located entirely within these little wolf statues. I'll admit the loading screens for Dragon Age 2 looked cool. Might be one of the only parts of that game that looked cool. Ooh,
This the big glowing window you saw earlier?
ripples.
It's called an Eluvian. They're elven and very old.
Ooh, everyone else is rippling.
Doorway
Kinda.
From one place to another. Solus uses them to get around quickly.
He must have gone through it.
Oh. Mighty brisket. What do I have to do to get you out of this place behind the wheel of a new Payday 3?
This is Arlethan Forest.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. We've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
Tremors are getting worse, and we've got demons. I just noticed her shoes are not shoes. Ooh, Hannibal. Hannibal in here with the edgy opinions. Someone doesn't like the fantasy gaming with dragons and magic. That's okay.
Demons were bad back in Minrathous.
I'm not here to tell you to like it.
It's a mess this close to the
Ooh.
ritual. No telling what could come through.
A video game tree that's partially through pollinizing its leaves. All right. I do like my big stupid Donkey Kong hammer. Hopefully he does get some kind of like warrior rage ability where he can just smack things with a hammer over and over again. Yeah. And we gotta like it. You just gotta sit here. You gotta sit through all the ad breaks. Give me bits. That's how this works.
We get tremors every time one of those big crystals at the ritual site lights up.
Not many of them left to light. Might want to hurry.
Yeah, this is like, I was thinking this about, wait, what? Is there no way to like, wait, not enough rage. Oh, I see it's at the bottom. A modern writing style that I'm excited to, I don't know if it's ever going to go away. I don't know if it's a trend or if it's just part of a larger movement in how people consume media. But holy moly, the trend of like character, it's actually first noticed it in anime like 30 years ago. But the whole thing where there's characters that are just there to tell you what's going on while it's happening, because otherwise audiences just won't get it unless somebody says it out loud. I don't know, that happens a lot in movies now, where like characters have to say out loud what they're thinking and feeling and what their motivations are, because nobody can pick up on social cues or face acting, or they're looking at their phones. I think is probably the bigger thing. Keep thinking about, there's one line in Alien Romulus where I'm like, didn't need to be said out loud, but whatever. The movie repeats to you multiple times the stakes of everything and the time crunch on everything. And they, like, it just gets done doing this, and then one of the characters is like looking for a minute, and like you can see the anxiety on her face or whatever, and you're like, okay, she's anxious, right? Like, we get it. We're using our eyes and our human intuition. And then she opens her mouth and says, but can he make it in time? And that's the end of the scene. And I'm like, yeah, yes. Shit, we just spent the whole scene setting that up. And we could have read that emotion on your face, but no. It needed to be said out loud. Anyway, it's just one small example of where I was like, wow, that's really it. That's everything. Let's compare that to like Ridley Scott's Alien, which is super implicit about a lot of stuff. Ooh! Or at least not explicitly verbal about it. Yeah. Is that on cooldown or something? It is on cooldown. Okay. Ah, I see now. Okay, but if you're holding it while it's on cooldown and it goes off cooldown, it won't start charging. I remember fighting a Pride Demon in Origins, and it was the hardest fucking thing ever. Oosh. That was like a Star Wars sound. Drop kick. Oh yeah, I guess you did fight a Pride Demon in Inquisition's prologue.
Probably sent Solus's ego.
Disappointed! Maybe that was it. Was that the start of it? No, it was anime. Ugh. As usual, anime is 30 years ahead.
Let's get to Solus.
I also think I have multiple theories about the explosion of dialogue in films. One is that actors want lines. So every actor probably individually angles on getting as many spoken lines as they can get, which can lead to probably more dialogue. Movies are global.
From here.
So,
Are you sure?
Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I...
relying on social cues or nonverbal cues might not read the same in different world cultures,
Someone to sell him another option.
but dialogue can be localized and translated. So there's like
We've got your back.
there's like a hook there that you can work with to adapt it to various cultures versus
Thanks, Rook.
just what's on the screen and how people interact.
He's my friend. And if he won't listen to me,
Oh,
hear from Bianca.
yeah, sorry, I saw somebody asking about my YouTube projects. Yeah, folks in chat have the links covered, but do gaming editorial news on Inside Games
Here are the team for
and
me.
comedy edited gameplays on Brought You This Thing. Essentially recreated the channels that we created under multiple companies that have now all gone out of business. So we're doing it ourselves.
Hey, Chuckles.
Oh yeah, sorry, Slashed. If you want to be negative, people are stupid and need to have things explained. I mean, that's always been true, ever since Shakespeare. But I do wonder if the advent of the internet and phones make people more reliant on verbal explanation. But I think it's almost like
Let's buy him some time.
people might be spending less time with other people in person, you know? A lot of communication on the internet is written, so if you don't say it explicitly, it's not really known. You don't get tone anymore. So I wonder if that also maybe explains movies not relying on tone or subtlety, is because we're used to communicating on the internet now and we don't get those cues anymore.
The veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen.
Anyway, just some theories. Dragon Age.
Please.
People
No.
It is what they do.
I mean, so that's a good line, right? There's some good lines. I remember thinking there were a handful of good lines in the intro.
Want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
It's difficult to come up with new lines that explain a character's like villainry.
Holding that one up. The whole thing will come down on Solus.
That's a pretty good one.
Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
I have the biggest hammer.
Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
I'm a mage.
Someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
I want the mage.
Let's go, Ned. Harding, keep the demons busy.
Good luck.
Yeah, Spark, I'm not saying it's bad either. I just like observing. I know I tend to mix my observations with my own personal annoyances to make it seem like I'm ranting against a thing. I'm just trying to observe without judgment. Because I think one of the more amazing things that I'll get to witness in my lifetime is seeing how the internet changes the human condition, and I think we're seeing part of that. I think I might tend to over-attribute things to the internet, but the internet's pretty fucking major. Bonk it! Rawr! One more bonk! Rawr!
Why tear down the veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost?
The directors of the past were more influenced by the silent era of cinema?
Believe that I would do this if there was some
I guess it was more recent in the past. 40, 50 years ago.
It isn't falling. We need to push it.
Silent film is weird because it is a lot of overacting and vaudeville. A lot of physical.
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my...
We can compare this to, is it Safety First? I think you can... There's a lot of influence of silent film on things like John Wick. To the point that they even put some Buster Keaton stuff in John Wick 2. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the last bastion of cinema without dialogue. Storytelling without dialogue is action scenes. Yeah, dialogue heavy stuff also got to wrestling. I was thinking about that. Wrestling is like... Pro wrestling is the most... like the biggest form of non-dialogue storytelling, but then they get on the mic. I do like how they had to do something dramatic in the intro. They had to break Bianca and wound Varric. They can't actually kill anyone.
Let's go. This way.
The Green Knight did not have a ton of dialogue. It had just enough to tell the story, which I thought was great. I think it's actually, I mean, this may be informed by my more journalistic rearing and writing, but I've always thought the fascinating challenge of writing is to reduce. And in that reduction, you actually hand over more of the story to the reader, which makes it more intimate. But knowing which parts to trust the reader, the watcher with, and which parts to seed their imagination with, that's where the real artistry is. Yeah, Refn is not very title heavy. Oh yeah, title card. Whoops.
No idea what you have done.
Yeah, Neon Demon relied heavily on imagery.
Soulless.
Oh yeah?
I know.
Conan the Barbarian.
I stopped you from destroying
Well,
the world.
was Conan after Road Warrior?
Destroying the world.
Conan, Road Warrior, Santa Claus the movie. A lot of movies back then had like prologues or act ones with no dialogue. It was almost like a movie flex back then.
To the fate.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to
Hypocrite!
control you, I would already have used it.
I like his suspicious face.
I do not want to be here any more than you do, but your actions have set events in motion, and I would not have your ignorance on my conscience.
What are you talking about?
The Evanurus, or as you would call
Yeah, Origins had its, like, in terms of its storytelling beats,
in ancient times, they ruled
it had stuff that was not necessarily profound.
They sought not just to be obeyed.
And bringing up blood magic reminded me of the mage origin story where you have that dweeb lord that follows you around and keeps doing blood magic and is evil. Like the whole rival storyline embedded into your origin story.
I am now trapped.
It's pretty stereotypical, but it worked and it was fun. It like worked for the game. Worked as a side story.
Thanks to me. I wasn't the one performing a big ritual to free them.
Free them? My mortal enemies. I was ensuring that they would never escape their prison.
You were tearing down the veil.
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric?
Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is...
Look at those scene transitions though.
practiced at shading the truth himself.
So those things...
Clutter wipe.
You said
Swoosh.
They said they
There's a pretty great wipe in Megalopolis.
tyrannical, sadistic...
A wipe that almost rivals the
It's
flamenco
took
dancer
all
from
my
Mission
power
Impossible
to
2.
imprison them millennia
Almost.
ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
Your ritual let the gods loose. You don't get to sit back and look smug.
What else could I possibly do? I do not have my ritual dagger. I do not have the network of mirrors that took me from the Lighthouse across the world. I have nothing as the gods threaten this world again. All because you disrupted my ritual.
You mean when I stopped you from covering the world with demons?
He's got nice video game teeth.
You will soon see what I was trying to prevent.
Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve. This is your responsibility now.
Why tear down the veil? Listen.
I'm wearing a cool dude jacket. All right.
No idea what you have done. This is your responsibility.
I thought about doing Willman, Riddick,
Look who's still...
which this is pretty close to.
Varric, you're okay.
Nico?
Saw Solus stab you.
I don't remember his name in the Wheelman.
I've had worse.
Mac and Cheese
More
117.
than a flesh wound
Thanks
to
for the
stop
sub.
me. Don't think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
Varric, when we stopped the ritual, something else got out. Something even Solus is afraid of.
You've got this, Rook. World's not flooded with demons right now. Because you stopped Solus, not me.
Varric, even so, I need you to...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like your impulsive rescue of those captives from the Antam slavers. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook, look who's awake. I've been searching the place for Lyrian potions. Didn't mean to intrude.
Not at all. I was just about to have a look around.
Oh, be careful if you go outside, Rook. It is a long way.
Can anyone explain why Dragon Age games were beloved?
Led us into...
What was the thing people liked?
And it's in the Fade.
That's
what we needed. The dream world.
The first Dragon Age game,
Then I
Dragon Age Origins,
need to look around.
was a
Can't hurt.
in very legitimate,
And we need to talk about our next move. Maybe
branching
find time.
story,
She went outside somewhere.
tactical, Western-style
There's a table in the
RPG
central area.
in the vein
I'll meet
of
you both
Baldur's
there.
Gate, which was originally made by BioWare.
Me?
So it's kind of tricky because Dragon Age Origins was in a way, it was like the last good game BioWare made, which, you know,
Later, kid.
or rather the last big RPG they made in their old style. They then switched over to a very console style where choices were minimized. It got more of an action focus. Storytelling got simpler, more like player oriented and player masturbatory. Oh, I get the Dragon Age 2 bonus armor. I remember that shit. Ugh. Memorable characters, decent writing, a huge world, lots of meaningful choice. It even had the origin. It's called Origins because the character you rolled had an origin story, and that would pop up as a sub story along your playthrough too. So all that stuff I think combined to make Dragon Age Origins a really special game for a lot of people. And I think time made it more special because, like I said, BioWare did not make any other games like that after that. They kind of changed. So yeah, I did see a lot of people pointing out the annoying recurrence of return to form in reviews because writers are not that imaginative, or games reviewers are not that imaginative. But oh, lore. It also had a great codex. Jack Gassis 007 has redeemed a trading card. Look at that smug picture. Yeah, decent characters, good dialogue trees, romances that weren't necessarily like just hammering away at a character until they eventually liked you. Like you either as a player had to choose the options you think they would want, but then there were even some characters that would pick up on that and call out that bullshit. So you had to like, I don't know. It was good, and it wasn't quite as like servile to the player as I think their games became. Now I don't know if this game is anything like that. I'm gonna guess not. It can be a good game, but I don't think it's still going to be in the style or of the caliber of Dragon Age Origins. But that's okay, because we have Baldur's Gate 3 now, and so that's kind of the crossover. I think a lot of the love for Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty much the same as the love for Dragon Age Origins. So if you get why people like Baldur's Gate 3, essentially the same thing. All right, let's draw a card. Ooh, this is pretty though. But there aren't a whole lot of like big budget, glitzy, audience approachable fantasy action RPGs around right now. Diablo 4. But anyway, I think this game also falls into a niche, like an underserved niche. It's just not the same niche. Let's draw a card for Jacassis. Ooh, what do we got? Alan Mayer. Some stats on the back. Hold on, let's throw this in full screen. Yes, literally baller. Wearing that hello helmet. Gotta protect my special brains, the goalkeeper there. You read the bio. Alan is one of the all-time great goalkeepers in MISL history. Only keeper to be named league MVP. He won 30 and lost 10 in the 82-83 season, and MISL record for wins. He's a keeper. Alan Mayer! Ooh, thank you, Kala. That is epic. That's epic. 6'0", born in Lenexa, Kansas, 1952, American citizen. We celebrate you, Alan, and all you've done for us. On that note, it's time to switch up to Payday 3. So if you got Payday 3, give it an install and join up, because I want to do some heisting. I'll be right back, and we'll steal some money in just a minute. Hello, everyone. No memory card. Once more into the realm of fantasy and mystery. How are you all doing? Again, I forgot to turn on my gamer lights again. I never realized it until I also forget to turn on my webcam appropriately. Let's play some video games. I had originally intended to start the stream by finishing Phantasmagoria 2, because I'm excited to do that. But Steph forgot that she has a lash appointment. So she's at a lash appointment. We're going to play this until she can come back and we can finish Phantasmagoria 2. I'm excited to just curl up and play the game. So far, things keep getting in the way. Fun things, but I'm trying to rearrange my life so that I can just dive in. So that me and Vin can dive in. But it's time for adventures. I guess I'll get a sense of this as the game goes on. But is there a lot of incentive to poke around a ton, talk to a lot of NPCs, try to interact with stuff? Or is it just going to be like random satchels of 10 gold pieces tucked away? He doesn't look like cunt. He looks like Vin Diesel. Llama Pockets. Thanks for the sub. It couldn't be any clearer that that is Vin Diesel, specifically Santiago from Arc 2. Whoa.
Rook, you're awake. And we're...
In the Fade.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow I'm here.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Is that dreaming shit ever established in
About what to do next.
other Dragon's Ages?
Good. But maybe look around a little.
The Fade is kind of like the warp from Warhammer. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that it was literally a dream realm. I thought it was just like another dimension that magic came from and also demons. And it like drives people crazy? Huh. Maybe I invented the crazy part. There's a part in Origins where you go into the Fade. I remember that. That seems important. Oh, in Inquisition you physically go there. In Origins that's through sleep. Interesting. Ah. Yeah, the Fade segment in Dragon Age Origins was not great. It was tons of very, very tedious combat, as I recall. Some of the writing was kind of interesting. Like, there was some good lore there, I remember. Look at these optional quest markers to talk to NPCs. Content mark with time will eventually expire as you progress. Interesting. Actually mark it. Where's that little bubble? Is it that? Can't be that. And Jacob would know? Yeah, he just played it. It's a well-timed refresher. I'm impressed with how far the camera pulls out.
I wish I could be out there with you, Rook. Just be careful, all right?
Man, look at those legs work. Look at those hams pumping. I kind of hope there's some kind of skill that speeds up the legs. Alexander, I don't know that I can properly compare this game to Inquisition because I didn't play a lot of Inquisition. I flaked out of that game pretty fast. Ah, I found the legendary bubble.
Wisps. Figures are in the Fade.
It's RPG time, folks. The story is in our hands. We are role-playing.
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted you for the
Klondike Bar.
You know the same about me.
Thanks for the sub.
I made a call that got you injured right after we met.
I'll be fine.
I remember the first time I had a Klondike Bar.
That's what
I was at a sleepover at a friend's house.
If we're stuck in this, let's hope you can trust me again.
And I remember thinking it's the most rich, like savory, fatty thing I've ever had in my life. That same sleepover, that friend had Kingsfield 3, I think, and was playing it a little bit. And he was like, I don't know what the fuck this game is. And I remember watching it a little and being like, yeah, this looks kind of shitty. But anyway, that was a good sleepover. I also remember they had like a family PC that had the After Dark screensaver pack installed. So I think I spent a good 30 minutes watching all the screensavers with my buddy. What did you do for it? Not much. Just kind of hung out. Santiago doesn't seem like he's a very sex-driven person. If I'm to play this character properly, I have to understand the man. And Santiago only cares for protecting the innocent brown children of his tribe. Everyone else gets wiped out, but... Although she kind of fits the... Maybe she reminds him of that girl from the trailer. I think they actually said her name, but I forgot what it was. The sole survivor. But it's too early for his walls to come down.
We'll see how it goes.
Is that cynicism, caution, or both? We might just get along.
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know.
You can see his little fingies scrolled in.
Changed the game.
And it's
an interesting fusion of like soft lighting on these character models and then the art style. It actually works pretty well together. Because it's not photoreal, and I'm glad for that. Or it's not trying to be photoreal. I guess they're going to do that with Mass Effect, though, which I think is also the right call, if they want to do, like, gritty sci-fi.
Not much isn't going to save the world. This will get worse before it gets better.
The question is, how?
Cheerful.
That's what I'm here for.
Classic Vin Diesel pose. Classic Santiago pose. So I guess the portal exploded and brought us here. All right, maybe Harding can tell us more about Dwarf Psyche. Guess she's over here. Why is Vin so thick? Family.
It wasn't supposed to go this way.
Ooh, I did pretty much just start. Yeah.
What do we do now?
I'm still kind of in the prologue.
What do we do?
Jacassus has redeemed meditation with Marcus.
Harding.
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
Let me close the scanner darkly. Load up meditations. More. Is more always just like lore? Oh, okay. Just kind of like non-point getting conversation. Verse. Wait, hold on. Okay. Verse 24. Occupy thyself with few things, says the philosopher, if thou wouldst be tranquil. But consider if it would not be better to say, do what is necessary, and whatever the reason of the animal which is naturally social requires, and as it requires. Wow. Okay, there's some broken grammar in there. Do what is necessary, and whatever the reason of the animal which is naturally social requires, and as it requires. Okay. So he's saying like the virtue of humanity is not necessarily absolute minimalism. It's being at peace with who you are and what you do in the world. Like you're a social animal. It's okay to need social things. Understand them. As opposed to like, I think what he's speaking against is a certain type of minimalistic stoicism, a very Walden-esque idea of stripping out all complexities in your life to get to know the real you or the core you. But yeah, I think he's saying the core you can include those complexities. Anyway, for this brings not only the tranquility which comes from doing well, but also that which comes from doing few things. For the greatest part of what we say and do being unnecessary, if a man takes this away, he will have more leisure and less uneasiness. I like that. Accordingly, on every occasion, a man should ask himself, is this one of the unnecessary things? Now, a man should take away not only unnecessary acts, but also unnecessary thoughts, for thus superfluous acts will not follow after. The thing is, though, that's not like a thing you do once. That manner of interrogation is something that happens on an almost daily basis. You can't really come up with a set of rules that, like, it's judgment calls. As much as it would be nice to follow this, at some point you have to make a decision about what's necessary and unnecessary, but that requires time and effort too. And it can also take over your life, deliberating those things. So, yeah, yes, I agree with. It's one of the few notions I think I agree with, provided that I only keep my consideration of it directly to what he's saying and not extrapolating it into other assumptions. I think the trick is, though, again, it's difficult to divorce this from edgy young dude mentality, because sometimes it's also important to do things that are meaningful for others. Ooh, hail to the York. Thank you for the sub and the Sonic GIF. I do like the sentiment that, what was it? That it brings the tranquility which comes from doing well, but also that which comes from doing few things. So you can enjoy tranquility and peace by stripping complexity out of your life, but you can achieve the same acceptance. You can achieve the same tranquility by understanding the role of complexity in your life, the entanglements with other people, or the responsibilities that you have. Interesting.
Did you ever find places like this chasing Solus with Varric?
Not
Ooh, Rook.
exactly,
What are your thoughts
but
on about that
Solus
funhouse
was always
ended?
about the Fade, or the Veil, or some other in-between place.
What are my
Varric
thoughts?
always hated it, though. At least this place feels different. Maybe safer?
You're gonna have to get more specific. And yeah, that's a pretty good one. It did. Those are my thoughts.
Harding, are you...
What are your thoughts on poutine?
I don't know.
Delicious.
Are you? Is anyone?
It's been a while since I've had
Anyway,
poutine.
Doesn't matter how
It's been a while since I worked at Funhouse. Shockingly similar.
about this mess.
Didn't expect that. A lot of crossover.
Through the Eluvian, right?
Poutine.
Let's start with that. As soon as we can.
Who knew?
You know, you can take some time to just...
Now you sound like Varric. Varric and I started this. And I can't stop. Not now.
Yeah, cheese curds.
Don't
brown
ask me
gravy.
to. So, come get me.
Poutine is
when
not a
you're ready.
popular dish
All right.
in Los Angeles. There's nothing about it that can be healthy. How could you do that? Some kind of kale gravy? Wait a minute. I didn't get to, interesting. Even though I went down to ask her about the thing, it didn't let me do the rest of the dialogue option. Yeah, cheese curds are great. So springy, rubbery. I do like me a good rubbery, chewy cheese. Ooh, did you expect it would end downhill for them? I did not, I did not expect that Rooster Teeth would stay in business forever. But I don't know if anyone did. That's not very profound.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the
We're gonna see you on
price.
Astro Goblin more? I don't know.
Varric made his choice.
That's not up to me.
With Solus.
Maybe?
He knew the risks.
I would like to.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
It's like a cousin of Vin Diesel, like a distant Baldwin brother.
In my head, Solus showed up while I was out cold to gripe about us breaking his ritual.
He's mad about us destroying his ritual?
Sounded like it. When the ritual went wrong, he ended up trapped in some kind of prison.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm not in danger. He can only barely reach me. I bled a little when I got knocked out.
So Solus is using blood magic? Like, Any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
I do kind of like
Putting together a nice ritual.
I do kind of like the glowy look of the entire game. Like it's a lot of kind of stark overhead lighting, but with a little Vaseline smeared on the lens. It reminds me of the lighting in like the slate of like trashy adventure shows for CW, like all of the interior lighting.
I don't care about the philosophy. In terms of his power against ours, he's a god.
Yeah, it's tough for me to say.
We've solved the ritual, and there doesn't seem to be an
I guess to speak to the larger question
You're certain
about my feelings about where I worked
to affect
before.
your mind.
I haven't worked there in a long
I'm
time.
not certain of anything.
The decisions that happened there,
But we're not.
no one told me about. I was not informed about. So
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped,
a lot of my friends worked there.
Those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild.
So feelings are pretty complicated.
Elganan and Gillenane, 2
Ashid,
of the ancient elven
thank you
gods
very
that
much for the
Solus
raid.
fought against.
You're giving me recaps and I'm not paying attention. Is there a way to look at a chat log, I wonder?
I talked with Solus. He was scared of them. He said they were horrific tyrants.
How's it going,
So
Ashen?
powerful elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elganan and Gillenane drew on the blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have 2. And they're not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
That's not our problem.
If Elganan and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
And let's go investigate for ourselves.
Hey, NB.
We find out what we're
How you
dealing
doing?
with.
Did
Then
this Vin Diesel eat a smaller Vin Diesel?
Fine.
Tabasco?
Eluvian let us here.
I'm surprised you said that because you should know there's no such thing as a smaller Vin Diesel.
Ritual site.
Somehow every Vin Diesel's larger than the last one,
Clues at the
including
same
this
time.
one.
Nev, are you okay to go?
Vin Diesel goes into his chrysalis and he crawls back out, a little bulkier.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Eluvian has its own special
This is
room.
his biggest
It's
role.
just down the stairs.
Literally. Find the Eluvian room. Yeah, Scarf, I could not gravel out the voice anymore. This is as low and gravelly as it gets, unfortunately. Ooh. This is Frostbite, right? Beep. Aw, come on. No cool cutscene of me dissolving into spiritual mist. Is that just lore on the ground? It is. Most of us have only traveled through the Eluvians at the whims of those who called themselves our gods. We know them as mirrors that always go from one to another, a bonded pair linked no matter the distance. Solus has outsmarted the so-called gods. If we used normal Eluvians, they could track us to our lair. Solus has improved upon June's work by creating a mirror whose singing stone can change its tune to take us to any Eluvian, and not just its bonded partner. Thus we can travel wherever this rebellion needs us, with no fear of pursuit. Travel is as safe as a normal Eluvian. If you have questions, ask for the slow arrow, and I will guide you. Slow arrow? This is not quite Last Witch Hunter Vin Diesel. Well, that's a great guess. Unfortunately, I already used Last Witch Hunter Vin Diesel in a different game. This is as close as I could get of the remaining Vin Diesel characters. And it's Santiago. Who's Santiago, you ask? Well, I know you didn't because you know who Santiago is, but for the sake of those who may not know, you always got to consider this. People in chat are just not up on their Vin Diesels. They're behind on their D's. That is, of course,
For all we know, there's a
the tribe leader from the Arc 2 trailer.
side of that Eluvian.
If it even takes us back to Arlithin.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
Rook, I work with Bruce like multiple times a week. We have two, not one, but two YouTube channels we operate together. Inside Games and Brought You This Thing.
Shall we?
Let's do this.
Games News and Editorial. This is in YouTube crab, but I appreciate the commands. But yeah, gaming news and comedy edited gameplays. Does that sound familiar to you? Then you may be interested in a couple of YouTube channels. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate that.
Quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
Also, Crab Foam, you have something. You have a little incentive to plug, a little
The
initiative,
gods really did get out. They're not here anymore.
little activity. I actually need to watch that
See
stream.
if we can find.
I need to check out your Doom guy. Who is Santiago? Thank you for asking, Loofbox, for the people who don't know. That's very generous of you. Santiago is the tribe leader from the Arc 2 trailer. Arc 2. Remember he had that spear and a little axe, and he wore some battle furs and...
It's not working! I can't contain it!
I can't stop it! Oh, cooked pizza from scratch on the stream? That sounds fun. Rolled out some dough.
Strife?
Poured out some tomato sauce.
It's me, Lace Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlithin?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irulan. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive.
It's quite a bit of lore exposition, isn't it?
Ben Harrell's, sorry, Solus is
Proper nouns
isn't
and
it?
rune watchers
supposed
and
to stop him.
elf skippers. We have to go to the Dweedle realm and fight the Dungus monster.
Didn't see you volunteering. We put our lives on the line to stop Solus, and we stopped him.
Not without a cost.
Sky's not ripping itself apart anymore, is it?
All right, you stopped Solus. So why is Arlithin neck deep in wild magic?
Solus was dragged into the Fade when we interrupted his ritual, but something else got out.
Someone else, supposedly. Elganon and Gillenane.
Mithalanast. Two of the elven gods of old. The Evanuris.
Shit. If they're back in the world, that explains a lot.
The fucking pencil.
So Elganon and Gillenane are loose. Which means what?
You thought Solus was bad. He's a bit of a
Yeah,
bastard.
I don't really remember the opening hours of Dragon Age
Let's
Origins.
just say they weren't known for their kindness.
There's a reason.
But it did,
Solus
yeah,
led a
it was pretty
rebellion
like
against the Evanuris, and a reason he
pretty
imprisoned
lore
them.
heavy.
But now they've escaped.
Tarith is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
I like that hair though.
We need to find Belara Lute. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifact it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. You get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Balara.
See, we control the story.
Stay here with the Veil Jumpers. Harding and I can handle this.
Is that so?
That's so. If you're not at full strength, you're a liability we can't afford.
Fine.
That's that no-nonsense tribal leader that we know from the Arc 2 trailer.
South of here.
Balara's out near some elven.
Who knew? Who knew that the
She was 3 days ago. I'd start your search there.
video game crossover would be so interesting.
And thank you.
God bless character. Wow, that was a pretty elegant fade to black. Games don't do that much. Weirdly, they don't fade out. I don't know about that, Rook. We're gonna need more than just one subscriber if we want to do that. I want to start bringing on world tier talent like that.
Is it me?
Yes, I got my stupid hammer back. This is pretty.
It feels a little off. Like everything shifted a little bit.
I can see the colors, man.
Is that suit of armor moving?
They move now? They move now. Bong! Oh, you can't parry reds, I'm assuming. Schwangle. That was a good schwangle. Is that Santiago's iconic hammer? It is. You remember. I really need to get like a big spear.
People. Where'd you come from?
Balara? Balara Luther.
Balara.
And Irulan sent us to find you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Lace Harding.
Oh yeah, Taylor. It opens with an expositional animation that introduces the world and the blight. Goes to your origin section, cuts you at the war camp preparing for an introduction to the Grey Wardens.
Well, the situation's
That's true, yeah.
For the worse, unfortunately.
It was like, the world is on the brink of being invaded by a lot of demons. And then it cuts to expositioning about your character and your setup.
Much for the worse. Okay, right.
I remember doing the mage origin, and yeah, they had to do some explaining about how magic works in this universe and why mages are in a particular situation.
Like I said, end of the world, you can mull it over later.
It does.
I hope that's my character's signature, doing the like Superman hips.
Like what?
Every time I say something tough.
Magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer? That's a veil bubble. It's separating us from the rest of the real world.
It looks
so to
pretty.
speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
I'll punch it.
We don't have time for this. Let's just force our way out.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I don't know what contacting that much raw magic would do to you. But there's another way. A bubble like that.
It might give me the ability to click both the sticks and get super powered for 30 seconds.
Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse.
And then we're back in reality?
I really, really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
I mean, BioWare was kind of always CW caliber. This feels very, very that. We have to go hit the magic button to open the magic wall.
Someone made camp all the way out here?
We've got camps all over Arlethan. The Veil Jumpers do, I mean. Never really know when or where the magic's gonna start going wild.
Never know. It does look pretty though. And the reflections are going a little wacky, but that might be some frame gen goof. You like the dialogue structure or prose? It sounds like modern in a jarring way to the environment. Yeah, that character in particular was speaking with pretty common, like, modern day parlance versus my dude who's "Bleh, an adventurer who cares about kings and swords." Although, I don't know. Honestly, that's always been an element in popular fantasy or popular science fiction. Maybe more science fiction than fantasy. Mostly thinking about Star Wars here. That mix of like high thespian actor plus method in the scene kind of stuff.
We've handled our share of demons. A few dozen more shouldn't be a problem.
Spirits, not demons.
Tashi Station plus
those suits of armor.
an elegant weapon from a different time.
To protect it from
whatever the hell. I don't even.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
Sometimes settings like this will have either narrative rules or in-universe rules about who communicates how and why. One of the fun things about Star Wars is it's like the dude from the Forgotten Time, the Oracle from a Mystic Age, is the one that had all the haughty thespian overtones, whereas everybody else was younger and in the scene. Valid guy. Thank you for the very generous super chat. I don't totally dislike the game. So far, it's been my least favorite Dragon Age. It was like corporate mandated a Dungeons and Dragons fun day for everyone but human resources as the DM. Yeah. Forgive me for minimizing your point, but it seems like a lot of people are suddenly figuring out what mass market entertainment is like, which is weird. But it's good. It's good to develop that language. It's okay to not like something because it's not artistically aggressive. But that once you start to think about mass marketed art in those terms, suddenly the veil of all these conversations gets pulled back and you realize just how silly it is to wring your hands over expensive entertainment products. Yeah, veil. You like that terminology there? But yeah, no, I agree. I'll say this. It is a godsend.
Water just swirling into the air.
The people are, more people are understanding the nature of what's unexciting about it versus demanding something artistically aggressive from something that was never meant to be that or trying to be that. Oh, I guess I ordered them to attack this one. I do a boot. Can I get... What? No, not that one. There we go. Yeah, I'm not expecting this to knock my socks off. Although, I feel like you... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I think I get it now. The, What's great is the process of... Oh! I feel like there's phases to it, and again, I worry that I'm being needlessly condescending, so I apologize if it's coming off that way, because mostly talking... I'm like projecting at this point. There is an artwork, or there is an art to making things that appeal to everybody. There is an art to like reinterpreting the same old tropes in an interesting way. Telling a story with universal themes like, you know, family, love, acceptance, peace, aspiration. feeling trapped. Like there's a lot of very common themes in the world's most popular stories. But to do so in a way that makes people feel is like harder than ever. It's one thing to be able to channel whatever's in your soul, but I think it's another to understand the human experience deeply enough to riff on the classics in a way that still make people feel. Yeah, Cosmic. I agree. Sometimes people need to be reminded of the good stories. And sometimes you just want to hear the same old story again. Like, it's also where I'm trying to get now in my...
artifact we're looking for, exactly.
I have a couple of theories.
My gaming journey is to get back to the zero IQ.
The ruins, though.
Not having to overanalyze everything, I guess. Oh, look at those shadows. Sometimes you just want to see a man with a hammer.
Could have been a temple.
Santiago.
Stored food. But judging by the sentinels, it's probably something important.
What's wrong with a big dumb fun adventure? Huh? What's wrong with that? I get the like rolling your eyes when you see something that's so obviously of the time. But that's okay too. I think. Instead of like that used to bother me, but now I'm like, oh, that's where we're at now. Or like that was an interesting attempt to appeal to the modern age, modern expectations.
Haven't been picked over.
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just veil jumpers mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
What was this place?
Could have been a temple, could have been where they stored food. But judging by the sentinels, it's probably something important. It almost feels like an armory, or something like that.
What's an armory doing this far out?
Warlords. Ancient elves had a lot of them.
I have another theory just about the process of creating something with teams and ever bigger and bigger teams, because that's kind of the pertinent thing with games nowadays, is that you went from games being made by 12 people where one person could just put something in if they felt like it. And maybe other people wouldn't know. And in that way, you could get some real nuggets of weird human expression. And then you went up to games having 80 teams, and suddenly I want to put this weird thing in, becomes like a meeting, becomes a conversation where people ideally harmonize. They build off each other, and somebody's like, oh, you want to do that? Let's do that. And here's my idea to make it better. So when everybody's playing jazz in the right key, games become better, but it's harder to find that synergy.
The artifact
and now you have games made with hundreds of people where on a pure logistics basis, that impulsivity doesn't work anymore. Everything's got to be planned. Everything's got to be delivered on time. Everything's got to hit specs that are decided and planned for. So then, yeah, things become a little more prescriptive. The only things that make it in are the things that have been decided they need to be there by groups of people. So sometimes I feel like the thing that everyone says yes on is not necessarily the thing that's going to turn any heads, but it's the thing they can get shipped. Huh. Yeah, stuff gets watered down. IT projects, it's just the nature of human collaboration. It's the nature of diplomacy, it's the nature of leadership. But the thing is, like, a lot of the times those dynamics, luckily we're not trapped, you know, we don't only have to play the hugest games, which is another thing. It's like, for whatever anybody wants from a particular game that it doesn't provide, you can probably find those aspects in another one. Now the trick is knowing what it is or how to find it.
There should be a power
So much
nearby.
stuff out there. All right, here we go. Devious environmental puzzles. It does look really good though. This vegetation looks phenomenal. Man, Frostbite's come so far.
And there we go. Easy. Huh. That's a great trick.
Oh, Another World was done by one person? I loved that game. I don't think I've ever cleared it though. I think I got to the tank fight. But you have to just like randomly smash buttons, and I think the frame rate goes down to like 4. But yeah, I loved like Another World, Flashback.
Strong from the ring temple to this area. I need to shut it down before we can go up the path.
The most tragic,
That will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
most tragic victim of ballooning game staff is anything David Cage is attached to. Because his ego, it doesn't seem like his ego controls video games anymore, which is sad. Detroit Become Human seemed like it was pretty screened of the Cage factor, which was good for it, but bad for me who loves terrible David Cage games. Okay.
Better be ready.
Dodge for red, parry for yeller. Can you... I don't know if I can parry back projectiles without a shield. Ooh! Okay, so that turns. Alright. Boom! A little early? Right. This. Ooh, tricky. Look at you. Okay.
They're hitting us from afar.
How's the combat mechanics? What would you compare it to? God of War so far? I guess being able to give commands to... No, you could command Atreus. Yeah, that's pretty God of War. That said, I like... Sometimes I feel like with a lot of games, similarities may just be because it's the right way to do it, you know? Anything else they tried just didn't work as well. Dude, you're a little more mobile than you are in God of War.
That's the last of the magic energy. Path should be clear ahead.
Buy this yet? What is this? Fury of the Forge. Lies burning. All right. Yeah, that's a bit like Guardians. That's true. Just in terms of general game discourse, we're so close now. We're about to get there. We're like, and I think it's like half and half. There seems to be a general awareness now in the like kind of longer playing gaming audience that the bigger budget stuff is going to be kind of bland maybe, but like glitzy but bland, and that's just the nature of it. So it's like, you're either a popcorn gamer or you're a indie. And every so often, very rarely, you'll get the AAA, like quadruple A breakthrough game that actually does try new stuff and is artistically daring. Like I think Cyberpunk was one of those games based on its writing and some of its quest design. Wow, that is really generous.
Have to take it down. But watch out.
The thing is, like, the usual dynamics will apply there where the indie dudes think that they're better than the popcorn people, but it doesn't matter because everyone's having a good time theoretically. And then the real enthusiasts of the form will like everything. Or hate everything equally. Bella, thank you again for the very generous super chat. You could just chat, but I appreciate it. I think my problem was the last time I played Dragon Age or Mass Effect, I was a teenager. Now I'm almost 30, and Disco Elysium and Baldur's Gate 3 have come out, and that's on me. Well, I think again you've hit the nail on the head that a lot of people set their artistic expectations of certain games when they hadn't really experienced that much media. So there is a bit of an overestimation of the creative brilliance of a lot of games, a lot of big budget games, AAA games that came out in the, late aughts to early 2010s, all those franchises that got established around then. They were not high art, but they made you feel like it. But they were mass market in their own ways too at the time, for what people perceived with the mass market.
I wonder how they died.
So it's the same process.
The mages have trouble with the artifacts here. They expect them to work like, normal magic. But they're different. The magic's more alive somehow.
But I'm into it. I'm into it because people are coming around a little bit to what good writing is, what fun writing is and was, and making appropriate comparisons. We have found the usurper's archive spirit. It is not the Dreadwolf's creation as we surmised, but another's. You can guess whose. Removing it could be risky, but leaving it equally so. I await your orders, Lord Elgarnon. Yeah, so using the word surmised, like this other character would never say surmised. And it's kind of weird that they theoretically exist next to each other in the same universe. Can I jump off? Whee! Do you lose health if you fall off? No? Okay. Just a whoosh and a reset. I'm going to turn off frame gen. I don't think I need it for 60 FPS. I think it kicks in every so often. And under display? Yeah, that's fine. Every so often I see a little warble, little blorble. I'm like, bleh. It just catches my eyes every so often. Oh, Spellgruppen, yeah. So Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. Ghost of Tsushima is like the perfect AAA game. It does everything a little well, or it does everything super well. It gets all the fundamentals. It puts a little dash on top with some new cool interludes, like composing haikus in the bath, the wind guiding you. Like it has some innovation on top of doing some hardcore fundamentals.
But we're miles away from where that.
And also it tells a good story if you're paying attention to that sort of thing. Okay, so I saw a little. Oh, maybe that is why I need frame gen. All over those blorbles a little bit. Save them over. A blorble is better than a dropped frame, I suppose. Yeah, all right. We're throwing it back on, folks. Did a photo of you cliff jumping? Oh, it has a photo mode. How do you turn on photo mode? Baby PC needs fake frames. Shut up. Shut up. My PC's real good. I got the new memory. New RAM. Shut up. Imagine if it was Mass Effect 3, my haikus didn't affect the ending. See, that's the other thing about Ghost of Tsushima, is it doesn't try to trick you into thinking that any of its systems are more profound than they are. It's very straightforward, unlike the old Mass Effects that kind of lied to you about how deep they were, but people were teenagers and bought it. Oh, it's my, at the time when Mass Effect 3 came out and everyone was pissed at the ending, my theory at the time was you guys aren't actually mad at the ending. You're mad that you're now realizing that none of this shit mattered and it wasn't actually that cool. Like, you thought the ending was going to pay off everything, instead of coming to the conclusion long ago that there's no way it could. So that's when all hopes were dashed for good. Mass Effect 3 sucks, by the way. Everyone loved it at the time, but my god, that has some garbo writing. I'm going to play through Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 soon, because I think if you see them all in a line, the trajectory of the writing and the decline of
It means I was right.
of effort, like it becomes an obligation.
About where we are. It's an armory. And I think I know what the artifact is.
Oh, there are shortcuts. That's cool. Ah, it's left trigger. Okay. I'm using this big ass sword. Wait, how do you switch? There we go. That's more like it. Didn't bongle. Dude has only 2 attacks. Yet I'm getting hit by them. I was a little late. Okay. Christ, I'm level 3 and I'm summoning like spectral flaming swords. Only 1 to 3, not Andromeda? I guess I should play Andromeda. I actually never... I bounced off of Andromeda like I did off of Inquisition. I played it for like 3 or 4 hours and I was like, oh man. This is a bunch of people trying their hardest to make a Mass Effect game. But they didn't like start from a cool idea for a Mass Effect game. It's like, we have to make another Mass Effect game. So what is it going to be? How do we try to pat the heads of everyone who thinks this is better than it is?
So what kind of artifact shows up in an armory? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
A what?
A creature of the Fade bound to a crystal. Ancient elves use them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
So it's like a USB stick. What? Did they put these little magical butterflies over treasures just to make sure you pick them up? Oh, it's on Dragon Age 2. Worth picking up. No? If you want really straightforward, like air quotes action, air quotes RPG, then go for it. Dragon Age 2 is one of the most tragic video games ever. The writing is not bad, but everything else sucks. Everything else sucks. The loading screens look pretty cool. Everything else sucks. It looks terrible. It's not that fun to play. I don't think. I'm not a fan. But some people liked it at the time and remember it fondly somehow, so whatever. People got opinions, it turns out. This is what Darkspawn look like now? Oh, the kick does AoE?
Here. I never would have believed it. Until today.
Look, we saw there's blood, kind of. Wow. It is grim dark. I remember playing through Dragon Age 2 out of sheer obligation to Dragon Age Origins. And it was like a lot of drudgery. I remember some of the writing was okay, like some of the dialogue between the main characters. And it does a pretty good job of teeing up like what happens next in Dragon Age. It does a good job of teeing up the Inquisition. But you can also just go right to Inquisition, or better yet, you can just go right to the Veilguard. Then again, I never played the Inquisition, so I'm being a salty bitch.
Sure thing.
We got company.
I do like how far the camera pulls out. I wasn't expecting that. Such a ridiculous counter sound. Wow, wow, wow. Like pitches back and forth between the stereo channels.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlathan.
Enter the Schwambong dimension.
I know it's never happened.
If the gods are blighted, like Solus claims, maybe they're communicating with the Darkspawn somehow. Directing them?
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
And we'll stop them.
Sexier.
Once we get out of this bubble.
Right. Let's get to that central temple.
Okay. I did get a weapon in one of those things. Character? Okay, so I have gear. A worn buckler. I will never wear a hat. Never. I guess I can't control the gear of everyone else. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you hated God of War combat because the camera's so zoomed in. It definitely becomes part of the gameplay, especially on harder difficulties, which it made me respect the design of God of War a lot more. Yeah, the camera is kind of locked to Kratos, which is really interesting. You can't do like quick checks to either side. You're not allowed. You also can't spin the camera around while you're attacking anything. Which is kind of what I hoped you could get away with when it was on PC, but no, it's like, it's part of the design. It's part of the balance. But yeah. Oh god, there's explosive barrels. Now we're doing video game combat.
More Darkspawn, right where you broke that wall.
Playing Call of Duty? Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty. Turret sequence. Yeah, it's double XP, folks. Nuketown. It's a Nuketown weekend. Anything up here? I'm still trying to get a feel for how many side hallways I should poke around in. Luckily, it's not like there's limited sprint. That would be a silly thing that would make exploring these environments less fun. Oh! There we go. Empty coin purse. So, it's a bag. It's a sack. Speaking of coin purses, you know what hit me like 5 seconds after I did that giveaway a million years ago? The Metaphor Refantasio bag is the main character's bag. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Yeah, this thing? Because I remember opening it up and being really impressed with the lining on this thing. Isn't that fancy? And then I remember playing Metaphor and being like, oh, that's interesting. It's the same lining on his coat. And then I looked at it a little longer and I was like, wait a second. That's just his bag. That's cool. Which explains the little pouch they attached. I was like, that's weird. Why would they attach a bag there? Because he's got a little pouch on his bag in the game. Isn't that cute? Anyway, it's a cool looking bag. Somebody won it already though, so don't drool too much, folks. I was just like, damn. It's more a tale of how unobservant I am. Bless, thank you for asking about Earth Defense Force. We don't have a date on the books yet to play again, but I do need to text the gang and see. We're getting busy. We're getting into holiday season now. Everybody's got familial obligations and whatnot. But I'll see what happens. Also, I myself have quite a bit of stuff booked over the next couple of months.
Should be the last one, I hope.
Me too.
This time around, it feels like BioWare failed to give us a good answer to the "so why do I care" question. Brother Seamus, yeah, I was thinking about that. They didn't really give you a relatable intro to like attach to your player character, where they're set up to be an underdog or like, so I guess some of that stuff is in the text origin in your character sheet, but yeah, in terms of character setup and crowd-pleasing stuff, that theoretically is supposed to be done by the bar fight, I guess? By some of the dialogue options you have there. Welcome back, Steph. I decided to play something else so that you can see the end.
The last barrier's down. We're close. I can feel it.
I mean, you can, but I'm not going to play Phantasmagoria for. This is Dragon Age. You love Dragon Age. Steph loves Dragon Age. Huge Dragon Age fan. Is there a way to just see the map, or is it just a mini map? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's how I can tell if I've explored everywhere. I've opened all the chests. Oh, wait, does it actually list the number of chests? Because it put an icon on the map for this one, and there's a check mark on it. It means it tracks it.
Have you noticed something about the blight? Where it is, I mean? It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
She's never played it. She hasn't, but also it's just not her thing. She's not a magic and swords and knights and dragons kind of person. The only magical thing that has ever gotten her is Harry Potter. But even that's been kind of tainted. Also, there just hasn't been a whole lot of good Harry Potter stuff. You didn't play Hogwarts Legacy. Stench of decay fills the air. The Evenurius now wields power beyond anything I've seen. Their magic is fueled by corruption and death, and creeps even now into the stones. We cannot outlast this siege. Some random ground lore.
Hey.
What yonder do mine eyes peep? A chest of treasure? Oh. 27 gold. 27 gold. Wait, I'm still in the Fade? No. This is a magic bubble in the real world. Right, I went through a mirror. But yeah, different, in terms of storytelling and stuff, different approaches work for different folks. It seems like with this game, they just wanted to get you in the game playing as your character as fast as possible.
I think it is. Then the alignment means we're here. This is it.
Like, immediately establish stakes, immediately usher you into this fantastic world.
Archive spirit, or as the ancient
Old BioWare games almost always had you, like, in a school
it means the inevitable.
where everything was, like, idyllic,
What is
but you had a local rival or something, so you had, like, a small sub-story to kick the game off.
The notes were never
And then the school got invaded, or you got expelled, or something.
More constructs ahead.
the inner sanctum. We're getting closer.
But yeah, there's not really a playable prologue to this game where you go on like one mission as your character to establish all the basics and who you are. It's a much more Hollywood blockbuster kind of opening, where it just throws you right into the shit and then things start exploding. Ah. Frenzied attack speed and damage. Ah! That's right. The throw is for magic shield. Armor is just attacking or anything? You like the ragdolls.
Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Ah. I got a new Targe. New Targe Sunday. Hold on. Where am I headed? Do I just keep going around though? I should probably do this. What if there's treasure? What if there's treasure? I'm gonna go look. All right, I take it back. I'm gonna go look.
There has to be another one of those power crystals around here somewhere.
Somewhere. Yeah, brother, I agree. Plenty of story-based games out there. Ones that offer maybe a more traditional, stereotypical story setup. Sea of Stars is really good. Wait, oh yeah, this is just back where I came from. Oh, bless you. I really liked Unchained Echoes. Chained Echoes. Yeah. I blank on the name often, but it was really good. It's not, you know, not as glitzy as this. I plug the Pathfinder games a lot for people that liked Baldur's Gate 3 and want a much more traditional kind of experience like that. In terms of like big story stuff. I take it to this door? Oh man, they're not ready for me. Oh, I guess if you do this before combat, you can use this turret up here. Maybe there's something I can shoot. Oh, it's got a glorb on it. Blight boils can impede progress. Destroy their weak points. Progress. Wow. God of War, huh? Hey man, it's a black boil. Black boil, it's a black boil. Yeah, where's the zit? Gotta push the button. And nothing's glowing. Unless it's that thing. Is that just what I have to pop right there? Whoa! Calm down. It is!
Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
Keep overthinking it. This is a game for babies, Donnie. You get magic vision. I don't think so. I don't think there's a button you can like hit to highlight everything. But I'm sure the game has accessibility settings that might do something similar. No. Yeah, Vinvision. Beautiful eyes. His beady rat-like eyes.
We did it. All that's left is the Nodderstherthallen. I have so many questions for it.
How do you ask it questions?
It's an archive spirit. You'll see.
Rudimentary. Thank you for the sub. An archive spirit, huh? Is it gonna be like a Marlon Brando hologram? My son. Khalil. Oh.
Okay, here it is. The Nodderstherthallen.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back.
She sounds drunk every time she says that.
No, it's a lot.
Nodderstherthallen.
Right. Because Darkspawn, Demon...
I'm not sure how far you are, but are you digging it? I am, because it's kind of hard not to. It's made to be liked, and there's a part of me that doesn't like that, but there's a part of me that does. And I'm learning to just relax, you know, and just be like, oh, magic.
I'm sure we can handle it.
It isn't that simple. If I remove the artifact the way
It's corny.
I usually
It's
do,
goofy.
it'll explode.
Is the combat fun? It's fun enough.
Good news is,
Yeah.
I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay.
Goes down smooth.
Here we go.
Never lost. Nice trickle of gear in combat. Yeah. Conversations were like at least one turn of phrase, one like
I've never seen this before.
banter moment was like entertaining. It's been worth the time so far.
Like it's breathing.
And honestly, like I dig the production value. It's pretty glitzy. The environments look really good. Even if they are pretty linear so far, that doesn't bother me. They're pretty looking. The monster designs are like they're pretty cartoony.
That's an ogre.
The cartoonishness has been dialed up. Dude, I remember the first ogre fight in Dragon Age Origins. That was a pain in the ass. That was the first, I remember that being the first real like skill check of the game. And I like had to save every so often and like really learn my character's abilities. May not get a similar experience this time around. parry timing is really generous. I guess that actually closes up on harder difficulties. I do like, yeah, the animations are fun. The dropkick looks fun. Or the dropkick is fun. I'm hoping for like more interactions where I can dropkick enemies and other enemies, or like skills that stack. Oh, we got it. Ultimate ability. Fill your ultimate meter, press, okay. Damaging enemies. Vin smash! Oh, I just did an elbow drop? That's pretty cool. Oh, I did drop kick an enemy into another enemy. All right, fantastic. I'm hoping for more setups that reward that.
To fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days. Okay.
So like you either roll your eyes real hard or you're like, okay. You're either too cool for that kind of shit or you're not. And I don't want to be too cool for it, even though I kind of am.
There we go.
Honestly, this game is usually a little bit better than that, but yeah, right.
I think.
What does that crystal do?
I've been through worse.
The artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magic.
And the delivery was pretty good.
That's why these things still work thousands of years later. Oh, no, you don't.
It does seem like it's way more tailored for like lighter, goofier Dungeons and Dragons YouTuber kind of feel. The original Origins was much more grimdark. I think because it was meant to appeal, or the writers were probably dudes that like dark fantasy. Dark fantasy can be a little doodly though.
Right. I have questions.
I am the Nadas to the power.
Dudes that really like storylines about buff guys with swords saving/killing lots of women. Sort of like, yeah, the Chris Pine movie. So like, yeah, I Honor Among Thieves or whatever. That's a great movie. Like, it was really fun, and it is in that, like, it's probably the best example of like snarky modern internet YouTube goofy absurdity humor. That kind of thing is definitely done a lot worse. But that movie was genuinely fun to watch, like fun adventure, good tone. All the performers got it. A lot of the comedic timing was really on point. Which is honestly something a lot of that kind of comedy doesn't understand, is the value of comedic timing. Yeah, it's a fun adventure movie like The Mummy or Van Helsing. I don't think this is as good as Honor Among Thieves, but I can't imagine making like a 60-hour RPG packed with dialogue where all the dialogue is as good as that movie.
Its crystal is broken. I guess maybe the blight threw its resonance off somehow.
For Jarnath.
But I should be able to fix it. It's kind of my thing, fixing magical stuff.
Yeah, reminds you of a D&D campaign. Yeah, one that's not unnecessarily aggressive.
Want to know about this.
Like a DM that actually wants these players to have fun versus running his campaign in a brutal setting where everybody gets raped and killed all the time.
Head to the Veilguard camp.
Some people, mostly dudes, would be into role-playing that kind of thing. And there are games for that. Dagger from, whoa. Arched attack? Final attack? Oh. Oh. Oh, there's timing on charging and releasing attacks. I like that. It's kind of my thing. Yeah, Seraphim.
Let's look around a little more.
Trademark millennial social awkwardness. Wait a minute. Oh, you can equip other members in your party with stuff. Companions. Ah, okay. Okay, so they have more minimal equipment slots. Well, they have skills. Ooh. Hit me with them fade bolts. Okay. Whatever. Why is there still a sparkle on you? Oh, that's why. You love customizing party members? Yeah, ideally, I have no idea where the mechanical system goes for the combat. But it would be pretty slick if you can customize your followers' skills so that there's, you know, harmony there. Like, one character does a specific thing that sets up another character to get bonuses on their thing. And if you do them in the right order on the right enemies, it's additive.
Ready to go?
Let's go.
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veilgjumper camp.
Wounded, 16 on bed rest, and some of our most experienced fighters are still missing.
We're running out of Veiljumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
Like some new gaming IP laws could benefit the industry. Yeah, you're talking about using public funds to establish an endowment for the creation of arts.
We're near enough.
Which happens in other countries.
You're back.
I don't think the United States has any government grants for video game development.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot worse since we left.
Darkspawn. They're showing up all over Arlethan, attacking anyone in their path.
We've evacuated 3 daily.
Oh no, you're talking about what?
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Derthalin.
Wait, you found the Nodus
Derthalin? You want the government to force licensing deals?
Figure out their next move.
Interesting.
Whatever information that Archive Spirit has, we aren't getting it. It's broken. Luckily, we already know what.
So that was a waste of time then.
Find Elganon and Gillenane and stop whatever they're planning on doing.
Easier said than done. They're elusive, even for gods.
There are signs of their presence all over Arlethan, but no one's seen them.
Thing is, no one needs Dragon Age to make an interesting game.
Are running around your forest and you can't find them.
Well, the next time you decide to unleash ancient horrors on us,
I think it'd be a cool option if they considered leasing out their IPs. That is available to everyone right now. There's no law preventing them from doing it, and sometimes they do.
We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
Don't understand.
I'm coming with you.
You're describing the situation that exists
Still shaky
right now.
I'm coming, Harding.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeter's Crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
Just want a new Alpha Protocol game? Me too. How do we get that to happen? Buy it on Good Old Games, I guess. There's a huge upswell. Maybe shit, I guess Microsoft owns that now? Yeah. Alara disabled the artifact and freed them from the Veil bubble. She also uncovered an ancient repository of elven knowledge, the Nadas Dirthalin. While Balara intends to unlock its secrets, she has joined the team as they search for the escaped elven gods.
Okay, we'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
Oh, Sega owns it. Oh. Oh. Nice. JVW Long. Thank you for the sub. These handsome folks with their canes. Well, Sega might do something with it then. That'd be cool. I don't know what's going on with Deus Ex. I know System Shock is kind of weird. Other Side Entertainment got the rights to it, but they sold the rights to like System Shock 3, 4, and 5 to some company. I don't know which one. Like NetEase or something like that. Oh, Deus Ex is owned by Embracer? That makes sense. Oh yeah, because Square Enix had it. But Square Enix sold it to Embracer. Let's see here. Scouting report, I was in the northernmost stretch of the Arlathan Forest, trying to find a way into the Ganellis ruin. We recently discovered an old journal that claimed a lost Holokeeper found a room full of relics inside Ganellis, down in the labyrinth. The entrance was blocked by rubble. As I was getting ready to wedge myself through a gap, an apparition appeared in front of it. It seemed to be blocking my way. Whatever it wasn't solid, so I think I could have passed through it, but it seemed to be waving its arms. I felt like a warning. I shouldn't enter the ruins. I didn't argue and turned and ran. See, that's written a little more direct. Like, just somebody talking. It happens. Speaking of happening, I gotta take a little food break here. I haven't had lunch yet. I was so excited to play more Dragon Age. So I'm gonna reheat some chicken and eat it. I'll be back in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. See y'all in a bit. Thank you for watching. Happy Sunday. Cutting in. Tricks. I tricked you. You got tricked by me. Steph decided to order some poke bowls. So, I ordered a poke bowl. And it'll be here in a bit. And then I'll eat it. And that's when I'll take a break. Even though gaming is a real break. Gaming is all break.
Seems like a lot's happened around here.
What hasn't happened? This area is where Tevinter Magisters destroyed Arlathan City centuries ago. Whole lot of blood magic during the war.
What about now?
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again. The old blood magic from the war, it never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air, ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed, and now it's bleeding again.
Laura, you're up.
So she takes the cracklies away so that I can take the battery, so that I can get to the treasure and get a skein of yarn. Take no breaks. Aiming hard, non-stop. Just activate the laser bridge? Oh. Sure.
What a view.
That was the capital city, Arlathan. This is what's left of it after the war.
I don't imagine it floated back in the day.
Little cosmic imperial weave. That's kind of interesting. you can jump over pits. If you fall in, I guess it'll That's interesting. I do like that this game doesn't have invisible walls everywhere. It's a pretty meaningless distinction, but it's nice to just be able to splash. That also means that you can do the dumb little thing I did where you can like jump from one to the other. Normal games would either block you or just like not let you do that. Too many physics. Oh. Oh. You got these like one-way ladders. I love it. Resident Evil ladders. A nug carving. A carved nug is useless. A lament for fallen Elvhenan. From a Veil Jumper's letter, I hear tall watchtowers once stood where these waters emptied into the sky. Their torches lit to guide the weary traveler. Sometimes on still days when the mist hangs low on the river, I can imagine the lighted path up to the golden spires of Arlathon and the voices of my people calling me home. I know Elvhenan, our lost civilization, is not how I imagine it. Arlathon was a place of wonder and magic, and also of conflict and war ruled by tyrants. Yet still I mourn it, and wish I could have seen it once and called it mine. Added below in different handwriting, these feelings are not yours alone. There is no sin in grieving what was lost, imperfect though it was. Yeah, I remember the original Dragon Age Origins had one of the best in-game lower reference codex things for a long time. Well, until Mass Effect, I guess. Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 1 wasn't quite as in depth as Origins lorables, but it was narrated. That voice and music was the perfect lore combo. I think I still have... No, I must have gotten rid of it. I got the first Dragon Age book, but I never ended up reading it. That's cool. Cool story. But I remember being impressed that there were some entries in the lore Bible that would like update when you learned new stuff. New stuff would get added. Nothing feels better than filling out a lore entry a little bit at a time. Am I ready to go? Do I want to go to Demeta's Crossing? Oh. What have we here? Secrets of the past now hidden, to each and every man forbidden. But seek ye with a watchful eye, find a key in the owl's cry.
Oh, the giant owl. Must be something to this. What the heck? Whole forest is weird. Here goes nothing. Look at that.
Stupid. Convinced these owls are more than statues? There's a power behind these silent guardians. I'm hesitant to tamper with them, but on the other hand, owls represent wisdom and transformation. Can't imagine a monument to such noble creatures would be harmful. Merking Lee, thank you for the sub. Or Vin. Vin gives a hoot. The Universe Kinmatics are throwing his leg up there every so often. What the fuck? Oh! Hey! There's like a giant hairless rat there for a little bit. Okay. Walls I can't get around. Thank you for using the Riddick commands. Yeah, it's been a while. Let's hear what Riddick has to say.
Every morning I wake up and open palm slam and listen to the slap. Chronicles of Riddick and Red, and in there I start doing the moves alongside with the main character. Riddick, I do every move and I do every move hard. And I can always sing sounds when I slam in some negro bastards, or even when I mess up technique. Now many can say they escaped the Galahad's most dangerous prison. I can, I say it and I say it. I delivered it to people in my college class, and all they do is prove people in college class can still be a magic jackers.
There's fish. You think you can fish in this game? Oh, Georgia has grants for video game development? That's awesome. Okay, never mind. Individual states do. That's true. Zealot. Texas, I remember, because when I lived there, Texas like passed a lot of tax incentives for video game developers, but they only lasted for like 2 years. But that's why we got BioWare Austin and Arcane Austin and a lot of the Austin-based devs.
This isn't.
And then the tax incentives expired and they closed all the studios. Good shit.
Bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Something happened here.
Stay sharp.
I'm kind of into it. I like the idea, because certainly I think it's paid dividends for like Poland or Japan. Video games as a source of media can be a powerful exporter of culture. A lot of people are getting pretty friendly with China.
So quiet.
Because of their games.
Where is everybody?
So it's, you know, in terms of government investment, it's a pretty powerful one if you get good games out of it.
It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread. But everything's just abandoned.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
To keep something out?
No, to keep something in.
Dun dun dun. Video games rule, Merkingly. True. I'm glad you agree.
You can get in over here.
I love video games. I love video games.
Even worse than in the forest.
Not quite Randy Newman.
No one gets out. No exceptions.
Who the hell's this guy?
You okay?
I'm covered in dookie, my man.
Keep them inside.
You're all duked up.
Listen to the mayor.
Hello?
I don't think he can hear us.
We love it. KJ Ghost, thanks for the sub. Okay, this is cool. I really hope that this is just some freaky shit going on right here, right now. Just a fun little side story.
Everyone has to stay. No, you can't leave.
Hey, can you hear me?
Just stay here, and everything will be fine.
Now we got a doo-doo man on our hands. And that's not where you want a doo-doo man. Why is there a little asterisk by that ability? What's that all about? You telling me that I have a character point to spend? Is that what you're saying? No. Feebling shot. I'm a doo-doo man.
Powerful magic to dominate the minds of these villagers.
I'd not be standing in this. I'm blighted.
The town square.
We need to search for survivors.
Let's see what we can find. Fan out.
Are the background, race, etc. of your character as in-depth as Origins? I mean, sorta. The options are there, but it hasn't mattered as much. So, you know, just from what I've seen of the game, doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like they've gone out of their way to bend dialogue around your character's character. But maybe that'll pop up later. I don't know. Yeah, there's been almost... Unless there's stuff I just haven't noticed.
This is Adeline. I knew her. She was a farmer. Sold spices to us. The best in Arlethan. I can't believe this happened.
Her hand's by her head. She's beside herself. Ooh. Hello? Any more dudes? Dudes? Oh, just a letter. Just forget it. The mayor's not worth arguing with. We'll take gold from the town coffers for a new fountain in the square outside his front window. But good lumber to fix the docks that everyone uses? That's far too expensive. Getting a little sample of the political stitch here, huh? OG dude, you're surprised I'm sticking with it? I don't know. I don't think it's too out of the realm of the things I normally play. I don't demand that all my games be profound, even though that's what really gets my motor running, and it's well made so far.
Is that an Aravel on the roof?
I can appreciate the craft of something.
Lifted it up there.
I did not think BioWare would be able to ship a game like this. And I don't mean it's like resonant characters or deep writing or whatever. I just mean that it's like, it's a pretty competently made, content complete AAA game, it seems, that isn't crashing, and like, everything is hitting the marks it's supposed to. All the sound, all the audio, all the art. I thought BioWare had like production problems. I didn't think they were going to be able to ship after Anthem, especially after people left after Anthem. I was like, I guess they rehired, which is good. But yeah, so I'm just appreciating it from a
weird
logistic perspective. If I hadn't played Dragon's Dogma 2, should I do that first? I mean, they're not exactly similar, even though it kind of looks like it. But sure, I mean, that's another really good game. And if you can get it cheaper than this, then you'll save some money. Maybe by the time you beat Dragon Age 2, this one will be cheaper to get.
Never. Blight's usually dead.
Yeah,
But this
Wahuden. PC is pretty much my lead platform for everything these days.
Okay, let's keep going. Might be more survivors.
You turn on the ray tracing. You know I did. You know I did. But yeah, this is the game with
something big. Stay sharp.
With every graphical option maxed out and turned on that I could. Including resolution scaling and frame gen.
Hey, what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers.
So it's not 100% pure pixels.
They're talking about Jahel and Milva.
They said bring them to the mayor. If we find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your friends.
Must keep looking.
Captain, you're still in the Tekken mines?
Why were they looking for...
How's the balance been?
What did the mayor want with them?
Is it smoothed out at all? Exactly, Jeff. I paid for that 4000 series card. I'm gonna use every bell and whistle that it's got.
Look, more people.
I don't know if it's interesting. Since coming to certain understandings about the way that, you know, video games are captured, I pretty much play all my games locked at 60 FPS these days. Which means, even at 4K, I'm not sure that a 5000 series is going to get me much. I guess I could turn off resolution scaling in more games, probably. Balance is really good. There's some issues. Okay. Some characters are certified noob crushers. Gotcha.
Milva!
That's one of your fellow veil jumpers? Melara!
Jahel, he's alive.
Yeah, as Vippy, I have no idea what profit expectations EA has for this game. But at least they're shipping games again.
The gods have returned.
And the good news is games like this suddenly started selling enough to be worth it.
I heard their voices.
Getting over 10 million. This probably will.
Did this?
I think it's probably fine.
Blood ritual to release the blight. And the villagers, they said they needed power.
Yeah, launched with no de novo. That's pretty surprising too. EA really has changed a lot as a publisher, and it has yet to pay off for them. So I kind of hope some of the games they've shipped in the last 3 or 4 years reward them with appropriate business. Yeah, poor little EA.
Come on, that sounds close.
I don't know. Big companies are the only companies that can make games like this. So our relationship isn't all combative. Be safe. Let's make sure Demeta's crossing is all right and that none of the villagers have spotted anything. Take Milva, who's new. This will help ease her in and build confidence as a scout. I like that for a lot of the incidental text drops, they've limited themselves to like 1 paragraph tops. Density. Brevity. Dragon Age Origins was not a concise game. Yeah. Yeah, also, yeah, the big indies like CDPR and Larian. The ones that dare to dream and somehow actually ship the game.
No, please. Hey!
they weren't doing anything, guy. It's okay. Finally, he's got that Vin Diesel glimmer that I love to see.
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
Yeah, CDPR is technically indie, but I feel like they're big enough now to be a big publisher, even though they kind of own everything that they ship. They didn't do a lot of publishing deals, if any.
I know you. You're the mayor of this town.
The village. The people. Are they,
Blighted. Dead. All of them.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head. Infecting my thoughts. They made me do it. Please, help me.
You're not going anywhere until I get the full story.
I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the Veil Jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gillenaine's.
Yeah, I like this kind of hairy meat wrapped around this dude. All the little wormy tendrils are nice.
Gold.
What? Watch out now.
All this for gold. The villagers, the Veil Jumpers, the blights everywhere. Demeta's crossing is dead because of your greed.
I didn't know. You don't understand what it was like to hear those voices.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die.
The blight!
Oh, we finally get to make a choice?
Dragon comes back.
If we let you go, you'll run straight back to the gods.
They were in his head. Their influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Look at all that gold.
Rook?
Leave him here. He can fend for himself.
No!
Wolves will get him in the night. Or, given the state of this place, something worse.
At least he'll have a chance to fight back. That's more than his own people got.
You don't understand.
You'd like to see BioWare revisit Jade Empire?
What you crave.
I think a big budget action RPG in like a wuxia setting would be fucking awesome.
I won't be the last to surrender. I felt the evil.
Even if it is just kind of like a watered down kind of high fantasy Hong Kong action magic shits, that would still be so fucking cool. I wasn't a huge fan of Jade Empire.
The fate had opened, and the gods
Man,
were free.
the writing of Jade Empire actually turned me off big time. I couldn't stand that game. Even if I was all about the setting. The characters were bad, man. The writing was shit. That was like the nth BioWare RPG I played where you started in a school and you had a rival. I remember they introduced some dude and they actually literally described him like he has a dark and mysterious past. And I was like,
They made plans to tap more of the light.
it was too much for me.
To rebuild their empire. As a path to power, it had its costs.
Oh, you could have a threesome in Jade Empire? That's rad.
And everyone would pay for it.
Yeah, that was probably peak player sexual. No, I guess Mass Effect really is like the horny, everyone's horny for the player type game. Yeah, I guess CD Projekt's independent like Lucasfilm. Well, was. Shit. It got bought. Oh, that's travel. No, okay. Mass Effect 3 made me feel made me feel awkward how bad everyone wanted to bang me. Mass Effect 3 might be the most player masturbatory game that I've played. And boy are there a lot of them. But that game never stops sucking you off. It's so desperate to make you feel good, but it's all just the like saddest ego stroking.
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elganon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind
But that's also kind of its brilliance, I think. What I think hopefully has made it age terribly.
Spread blight everywhere.
The game cannot get your genitals out of its mouth.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Elgernon and Gillenane used them like puppets.
Oh, it's the eyes of Odin.
I dare say it was a show of force.
What is she doing here? God. She just arrives.
They will not rest until you are on your knees, fearful, cowering, helpless.
I remember I got to interview Mike Laidlaw before the launch of Dragon Age Origins.
'Tis simply Morrigan to you, Scout Hub.
And I remember asking him about Morrigan because he was talking about it like it was this big, austere, well put together, well researched,
acquaintance,
respectable high fantasy thing. And I was like, so what's with Morrigan?
Eric and I were part of it.
And he was just like, well, sex sells, you know.
More about ancient magic than anyone except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now. Stopping Elganon and Gillenane shall require many hands.
So is this in the continuity where she like takes your seed? I did like at least that they kind of made it a trap. The one character that most players would want to single-mindedly bang, like she actually manipulates you about. I was like, okay, that's good writing. I appreciate that. A little twist.
Whatever comes, we're ready for a fight.
He's not getting my seed.
Said, but rarely.
Not today, Morrigan.
Yeah? What do you know about all this that we don't?
Solus himself, baby.
The expressions are good, but it rotates between a single expression. So it's kind of robotic. It's like smug to neutral to angry. Oh, I love it. All this for power.
All this horror because a bunch of power-hungry gods want even more power.
When have the powerful among us ever done otherwise?
So how do we stop them?
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them.
I'll say this too, her entrance was not as eye-rolling as I was expecting. It was awfully abrupt. It would have been nice to bump into her in the middle of doing something else, like character motivated, but
it got lost.
The camera did not jerk off her entrance as much as I was expecting. So I am kind of hoping that the like
is there anything else Solus
fan service lens has already tapered off.
We're in his well, he calls it the Lighthouse.
Ah, yes, the legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said
And her eye makeup is on point though.
Vinverse could travel to
I like how fuzzy her ruff is.
of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now.
Got a real furry ruff, if you know what I'm saying.
I can take a
You
look
know what
at
I'm
it.
saying.
Maybe fix it even. I know Eluvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If
And that character is still knocked around, huh?
the same way, all the magic is different now. Our gods are back.
I guess it's only been like one day.
Gods. And they're killing people and blighting the world. How do we stand up against that?
We work together. Look at him. Vin, wake up, buddy. The Vikes are kicking in. Step by step. Oh, baby.
We don't have a choice here. We stand against the gods however we can. Because if we don't, nobody else will. You get the Eluvian fixed at the Lighthouse, we'll find the dagger. Let's figure out our next moves after that. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
Right. Let's move.
Why, though? What's her angle? So, like, both things that we did to try to prepare were both like washes, just both bunk. The mage crystal was broken. The village was already wiped out.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done.
Does the whole game take place in this magic bubble? The Lighthouse? I guess we're not in a bubble anymore, though. Even though there's still magic wispies flying around. Hey, Slater. Huh. Morrigan shows up in Inquisition for a while, similarly helpful for her own reasons. Usually boils down to, I can't do what I want in a destroyed world. Oh yeah, it's that thing. The morally ambiguous characters recognize that the world is at stake, so they have to... One of the silliest motivations that I always liked is like, I want to be the one to kill you, so we're gonna team up to fight this other guy.
I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
Oh, this isn't the Lighthouse. All right.
All you have are guesses.
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
Yeah, Dr. Doom crying at 9/11 type moment.
Maybe you should have taken the shot, but we can't change it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Piccolo, Vegeta.
I just have to live with it.
I guess it really was Piccolo's
Tried to stop the world
motivations at the beginning of Z.
chaos,
Yeah.
and now it might be swallowed by chaos anyway. Elven gods escape from their prison. Solus is in your head, and we're
I
scrambling.
like little patterns of rain.
And
Yeah, that reminds me of one of the cooler features of Dragon Age Origins was
We're still
how like
standing. The fight's not over.
blood spatter on characters would persist into the conversations you had after, which was a cool visual way of like visual continuity.
Well,
It makes you acknowledge that these characters did just like fight a bunch of demons and get covered with their guts.
unknown.
Exactly. Everyone has a part to play. Varric brought us together because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could rely on. We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And rely on each other.
I think I can manage that.
You talking about family?
This dagger. It'll be a start.
There was a Marilyn Manson trailer for Dragon Age Origins. Oi. Yeah, that sounds like it belongs in MediaTek.
Look.
There's magic lingering in this spot. Strong. Old.
The dagger was here. Something took it. Darkspawn. Oh no, what if it took the dagger?
Only one way to find out.
All right, hold on. Gotta click on this. Whoa. Yeah, I don't think they really knew how to market Dragon Age Origins. Oh, wrong trailer. Uh-oh.
Look, there it goes.
Well, I used my one click. It's been used now. I don't know what you want me to do. You should link it though, just so other people can click on it.
Big Darkspawn coming right.
I mean, you deserve a ban. I wasn't going to say it, but yeah. Come on. Disrupting my stream needlessly.
We have to go after that ghoul. Let's get this gate open.
Look up there. That magical device.
All right, well, I'm going to do something that's not clicking on this other link. So you guys are aware, because I've done it. I've done it already. Been done. Sidle, sidle, sidle. Oh, we got a beam puzzle? I love these things. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. The beam on the thing. Maybe there will be like mirrors.
On the trail.
Mirrors. I'll have to like change the angle of the mirrors and then hit it with a beam. Gaming. Yeah. Not worth the stats, especially since I'm playing on normal. Maybe I can give that to somebody else. I guess you can turn it off. It should just be for conversation. I'm glad that they separate that. That's considerate. We'll just do conversation. I wanna see my man's dumb, smug expression. I wanna see him smile.
Usually collect things, do they?
Solus's dagger is special. They might have been drawn to it.
Bone Daddy Valkyrie.
Anyone spot that ghoul? It must have come this way.
Look out! More dark spawn ahead. Rook takes credit there.
Okay, so I guess you do no stagger until you start buying skills and using abilities.
More dark spawn.
This is the first time I've seen the meter pop up. Ma. Damage enemies fill their stagger meter. Perform takedown of stagger. Yeah. There's like hit stun on every enemy. So if there's multiple enemies in a swing, it like pauses every time. Whoa. Ow. Oh! Bounced off the wall. Oh!
Watch yourself.
Trying to look at the thing. Trying to parse the icons at the bottom of the screen. Ooh. There's like a revive counter? Alright, good news. Pokeballs are here. So it's Pokeball time. Food time. I'll be back in a bit with, might be a new game. Might be a shill game. Maybe more Dragon Age. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. Phantasmagoria 2 later, though. See you soon. God. You're lucky that you didn't have to see the, hallway of beloved characters. Hey, Strider. Thank you for the sub. I wish the fiery beats of Oblivion were here for you, to welcome you. Unfortunately, right now, Beatmania's in maintenance. I forget every time that every day from noon to 2, the game goes down. So, we're gonna be on this for, wait a minute, hold on. Got a card to redeem, but do love it when there's just like missed call with no text or anything like that. What does that mean? What does that mean? All right, let's draw a card. For real, Mr. Payne. Why does anyone call? Well, it's from someone I know. That's what makes it concerning. All right, here is your card. Hunchback. A hunchback. Well, let's see here. What are we dealing with? How many piece puzzle is this? I think this is a 2-piece puzzle. So watch yourself. I may be spoiling the answer to the puzzle a little bit by showing you the composition of the pieces like this. But that's okay. Only one person gets the satisfaction of putting this puzzle together, and that's real Mr. Payne. They don't come much more intense than that, do they? Hold on. I gotta look at another spreadsheet. I've been looking at so many spreadsheets lately. I mailed out a ton of shit yesterday, which is why I didn't stream yesterday. It takes a long time. But I'm choosing to do it. All right. In the cards and the figure, you're the streamer I've gotten the most stuff from. That's right. Don't forget it. The problem that I ran into now is that this fucking knockoff Funko Pop is too big to fit in any shipping container. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. I guess I'll have to just wait until I get like a box big enough to send it out in. I don't want to buy a box. Flyboy,
look out.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I got. Presumably because nobody... Hold on a second. Window in the way, so I gotta click out again. Ah! This thing. The lovable mascot for Discord Nitro. This little fucking guy. Look at how much empty space is in this aggravating box. It only makes the existence of this even more frustrating and insulting. Because it doesn't fit in anything. So it's just big and aggravating, but it's so small. And it's of something that's dumb that no one cares about. Anyway, this was in the Summer Game Fest gift bag. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but also those gift bags are usually just stuff that they can't give away. So they figure if they just cram it all in a bag, you have to take it. Yeah, it's swag, I guess. Recently did a swag giveaway, of which you were a beneficiary, Flyboy. I mailed out your stuff and learned that it's no trivial matter to ship something to Greenland. Does the winner want the box? I don't know. Wait, are you the one that won that, real Mr. Payne? Hold on. I don't remember. It was you. Okay. You don't need the box? You sure? I thought about, okay, well that works out. I thought about like, disassembling it. I can like fold up the box and stick it in another larger box. Daggers, takedowns, yip yip yip. Oh no, don't worry, Flyboy. Again, I'm choosing to do it. I like venting. Okay, good. Well, that works. That works. Oh, my God. Tired. Tabbing out a video. Ah! All I want to do is play a video game. Now it's black. Back. All right.
Let's go get him.
Been doing paperwork all morning. And all yesterday. And then the game, like, I went through all the setup to get Beatmania going, which is not trivial. I'd move around a lot of shit, change a lot of settings, move webcams everywhere, and then the second I was about to go live, I went down for maintenance. I guess it's better to do that than like 1 minute in. That would have been worse. Giving me a taste. Ah! Oh, I do a takedown. Oh wow, you just zoom right to it. The sword popped off. Like a year ago, I won Star Wars 3 Activity Center on PC from you, and my wife keeps telling me to get rid of it, but I refuse. Good. Good. The only proper thing you can do in return for my efforts is to keep it forever. Forever. Forever and ever.
They're behind you.
fuck is going on? All right. My monitor turned off for a bit. We good? They made the like takedown button the same as the lock-on button. Beep, beep, beep. All right, we're doing it, folks.
Darkspawn took it. Let's keep looking.
We're looking for the dagger, the magic dagger. Solus's dagger. The dagger filled with magic that we need to stab a god, I guess? Because we went to talk to a magic crystal that was broken, and then we tried to get some help, but it turns out they were all zombies. So we're really whiffing our way down the MacGuffin ladder here. Thing what I received from you sounds like a Mad Lib. A Mortal Kombat trading card, Sonic 06 on PS3, Armored Core 7 hot sauce, and an electric tea kettle. It's awesome. Batman, you're trans now because you played Dragon Age for 5 minutes? Damn, I wish they would have asked you first. No, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes in today's video games. Modern audiences demand that you either cut your dick off or staple one on, depending on which way you're going. Or two. Yeah. Maybe one's not enough. Bro, I'm hyper gay. I got 2 dicks. You aren't nearly as persecuted as me.
Over there, a dagger thief.
More blight in the way.
Time to solve more puzzles that involve taking a glowing thing to a platform. What? Time for BioWare to test my wits. They won. They won. They won. You win, BioWare. You bested me in this game of 5-dimensional chess. And so it goes. So ends the tale of Santiago. Ah. That's what we gotta hit that. Give a little shield laser? Alright then.
And there's probably another one.
Steph. Steph went to the dentist. How's your checkup? What are the results? Yeah, roll credits. Not my problem anymore. Whoa.
Nicely done. I mean, it's gross, but you can't argue with results.
See, this game is worth the money. I don't know. That's really tricky because I think nearly every game is worth the money. If people have such wildly different perceptions of value in games, and mine is that it's a small miracle that you can buy games as big and ridiculously produced as this for $70. So yeah, the question the more pertinent one I think is it worth the money for you, and will you enjoy it? And that's all down to like how much disposable income you have and how much you like Dragon Age. It's well made though. I'll say that. It's not amateur or deficient in any obvious regards. But it may not be your thing tonally. I think a lot of people are figuring that out. Use the bowling lane, the rented a bowling lane metric. Oh, like, is it more fun for the time and money than renting a bowling lane?
Look, another one of those magical beams. There are 2 of these.
Interesting. I mean, renting a bowling lane is really expensive and it doesn't last very long. Right? It's like what, 20 bucks for an hour? By that metric, as long as a game is fun for like 3 hours or 4 hours, it's pretty much done it. Hell yeah, lasers.
That's one. Now to find the other.
What do you reckon the tone they were going for was? Young adult fantasy. Honestly, post Dragon Age Origins, I consider Origins a slight, like a couple of marks above young adult fantasy, but that's what it's always been. Mass Effect 1 was not quite there because it was so... It lived in like goofy 70s sci-fi, but even what it was throwing back to was young adult fantasy in the 70s. So it had like, it had tinges of nostalgia and homage to it, but it was still not like profound, hard-hitting, deep character shit. I think people thought it was, and so they have that association. You wouldn't have had as constructive an answer to is it worth it? Yeah, it's not very
Good work. Now let's see what's
not a very snippy answer. But I don't know. Some of the conversation around games is a little funky. It's like a complete intertwining of product, like product description versus artistic description. Is it a good product versus is it successful art? And they are intertwined, but people kind of talk about one when they mean the other a lot. I gotta go over there. I've just joined. What's the origin of the stream title? You can't. I guess you can't really see because I've got a helmet on. I gotta wait for a cutscene, or I can turn it off. But I tend to roll characters inspired by the many film roles and video game roles of Vin Diesel, because he's inspiring. In case that, you know, I think you could assume that much. But treasure, back this way. Oh, someone's wearing a voted sticker. Oh, is it being worked on? Okay. Okay. Oh, right there. Right there. Oh, yeah, the misgendering part. I guess there's a particular scene in this game where a character misgenders someone else, and then they go through a whole lecture about how they shouldn't do that and how it's wrong, and they do push-ups to apologize for it. So everyone on the internet was making fun of it. As being like, what? As being emblematic of like bad preachy writing. But I think it's just another example of it being a young adult fantasy thing. That people are no longer young adults, so it doesn't speak to them in the way that the dumb crap that didn't fit into fantasy or science fiction in Mass Effect or other Dragon Age games was maybe a little less visible back in the day. I think there's a bit of a generation gap aspect to it. But that's me. That's me. I don't remember it being quite so transparent. Or like modern political, but then again, like what was modern political in the Bush years? Government bad? I guess it had that. Protect a javelineer.
You got him, Nev. Ranged attacker.
Oh, that was a parryable one. Bearded Bard.
Made it through that one.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, you could be gay in Origins. Well, you could be like, you could be a lot of things. You could be bi, I think. And yeah, that was pretty progressive for the time. The difference was it wasn't quite as profitable to scream about those things back then. The Fox News watching audience hadn't quite crossed over with the game playing audience yet. Even though they were there, I suppose. Gamergate kind of was the first real activation of that core. Yeah, Culture Wars hadn't started yet. Because the profitability of it wasn't quite there yet, honestly. When YouTube switched over to like recommending content by engagement, when social media got algorithmic, is when the Culture Wars got profitable. And you can see the difference. Like, it's pretty direct. You see the shades of Kingdom of Amalur in this. Yeah, I guess. I see Darkstalkers. Just a lot of like action RPGs with levels. They aren't really made that way anymore. I was ruminating about this. Like it used before the Culture Wars, there was the console wars, you know? And those were equally silly, equally nonsensical, equally divorced from the practicalities of game production. Ooh. Time-tested trappings. Oh, that looks stupid. But whatever. We're in it for the stats. I don't know which, I think I prefer the console wars actually, because they're more removed from anything that actually affects people. There's a weird merging of video game shit and like real life politics now that is stupid. Like tying the boogeyman that haunts your dreams into what you see in something like Dragon Age is like, it made more sense when people's conspiracy theories were tied to the machinations of large companies. Because at least that's closer to the source and also isolated to an industry of entertainment. People can be psychopaths, but at least it's somewhat contained. Yeah, they weren't as malicious, although people certainly took it there. There were people who got very weird about it. Like as weird as people now, I guess. But yeah, the hatred, the maliciousness definitely seemed to have more of a cap on it. I definitely only ever engaged with it as a sports rivalry thing, which I kind of like, as long as it can be kept within somewhat sane parameters. I prefer console wars, even though there's hate between players, and those times companies strove to outdo each other, and by doing so made some pretty great games in the process. Yeah, that's another thing I miss, is trying to creatively or technologically beat the competition. Now it's just about like scooping the games that are trying that from the competition. I guess it always was that to some degree. He's gone?
This is the eternal hymn.
I guess not.
And the proclamation is
Oh, thank you, Sprouts. Thank you for complimenting my Vin. I honestly feel like I have struggled. I've struggled to create Vin Diesel in the many character creators I have vinified. Maybe the escapism of video games came full circle back to reality? I think a lot about that too, Sparky Motive. Yeah, how like... And I've seen other people can, you know, make similar theories. Oh, fuck me. This is stupid.
What the?
She fell off a cliff and now she has magic powers? Why not? Certainly video games, I think, attract a certain type.
Are you moving those ropes?
I don't know. I don't know how to control it.
People that are either like drawn to the explicit sense of accomplishment. People, I think one of my draws is the allure of codified system. In the real world, everything's so fuzzy. Victory conditions or whatever in competition can be fuzzy. I mean, sports are also very codified, but in the real world, in life, what's winning? Sleeping in, I guess? Having a snack? Especially interpersonal relationships. Extremely difficult to figure out for a young dweeb. Which I think ties in with BioWare a little bit. It makes relationships more mathematical. I remember thinking back in the day when BioWare games were huge that it's interesting to pick up artistry. Remember that shit? Was before red pilling and black pilling and all that crap. Pickup artistry was kind of the prologue to all that. But it was this attempt to reduce relationships to like conversation trees and math. I was like, well, no wonder a lot of young dudes are drawn to this. So I think there's a lot of reasons that like video games attract the people they do, and of that selection of people that are drawn to them, certain types of rhetoric I think tend to work, depending on why they're there. Well, that's interesting to think about. Ooh. Young adult angle makes all this understandable. Oh yeah? Well, I'm glad, because to me that's the core of it. That's me though. Other people can have different takes, of course. Combo opportunity. Oh, does it? I have to do this first? Flies sundered. Then this detonates sundered. Sundered. He is now sundered, and I will detonate him. Bloom. Those sound effects are pretty wacky. Not in a bad way. Just very schwangly. Oh. Yeah, Beat Mania is in maintenance right now for another hour and a half.
That's a win, Rook.
Love wins. Take him. Boop. Bring out. Bring out.
I'm good to go.
He dropped a rag. This, then this, this. Oh, I did it wrong.
Coming at range.
Did you just elbow drop magic? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. I did. The answer is yes, I did. Where were you? Where were you? Where were you when Rook was getting hit?
Whatever you say.
Alright, I guess that's what that icon is. It's telling me that it applies Sundered.
Not sure, but we should get back. We'll talk it through there.
Hey, bless.
Your pet has failed, sister.
No date on the books for more EDF.
Of the dreadful stagger is hidden from me.
It's gonna get tricky.
Metals once again.
This.
Beyond our reach, we must craft
Villains just scheming and malding in their lair. Red lyrium. That's extra evil lyrium. How can you tolerate the juvenile banter and dialogue with no interesting characters? Johnny, because I've been playing video games for 30 years. This shit is not new, man. Everyone suddenly decided to have taste.
Still with you.
This is not any different than like all the AAA games that we've been playing now for decades.
I doubt it. Dwarves can't be possessed. They aren't connected to the Fade.
But at least people play games like Cyberpunk and like Disco Elysium.
Or why?
But now they can start to tell the difference between like comic book dialogue and interesting dialogue.
It's all right. Talking has helped. And hey, we got the dagger, right? Mission accomplished.
I wonder, are there any like...
Dwarves have never used magic.
Is it just old people complaining about this? It almost reminds me of the Life is Strange thing, where like a bunch of people in their late 20s were like, teens don't talk like that. And maybe they have teenagers at home or they hang out with teenagers. But how the fuck do they know? Anyway. Let's see here. Just weird.
I honestly don't know what to think.
Tell me about it.
Maybe I just need time.
It's all strange, but somehow I feel connected.
To
the...
It's like Disney made this game? Are you under the impression that BioWare games were like something other than that?
Stone. Some of us have what we call stone sense. Those that have it can feel caves, lyrium veins, and...
If you remember a BioWare game that you thought was not this, go back and play it.
Maybe the dagger unlocks something hidden. But this is more than the stone sense I know.
Then either you're right, and it was better in the past, and you're playing a video game you enjoy more, or you might be forced to realize that it's always been, you know, pretty basic storytelling for audiences that are looking for that. Generally, juvenile storytelling and writing should get picked up by game reviewers, but they champion how good it is. It seems we've gained and lost taste. Well, again, game reviewers have had the same taste as the audience, most of the time, because that's who's doing it.
I'll be watching. If it does become an issue, we'll deal with it.
Just like that, huh?
If game reviewers had to call out
like we deal with everything else,
writing that's targeting a younger audience,
the blight we saw.
that would be on every game review, or nearly every game review. It'd be an extremely short list of games that are not written like this,
try to reach Solus in the
especially if they're big budget
Good
games.
luck. Try not to let him get to you. It feels like we're finally making some progress. And I'm not sure what my new magic's about.
Vin is just here to listen.
I know it feels...
Was Mass Effect like this? Yeah. Yes. Characters would just like say out loud their motivations.
On the Dreadwolf and the gods.
Everyone just standing around in a circle, glorying at each other with the most like hackneyed Hollywood-style dialogue. But people ate it up. That's what people wanted back then.
She was connected to the stone, to the lost titans, and all of Dwarven history, with its buried secrets. How could that be anything but good?
I played it again recently for this game, and Inquisition has wildly more quality and finesse. All right. I bounced out of Inquisition after like 4 hours because I was bored as hell. But that was just me. I'm not playing this game for the writing. Just like I play very, very few games for their writing.
Guess I should find some place to try to talk to Solus.
At least this game has glitz. It's got a little glamour. It looks cool and you go to cool looking environments. I remember like at the beginning of Inquisition, you're just kind of in a generic, like kind of like that, but not even as good looking as what's in that window right there. You fight some stuff and then they dump you out into like the open world and it's just kind of like just green rolling hills and like rock outcroppings. It was just like very boring looking. Oh, Titan Stomp. Rah! Lies overwhelm. But then again, those are fuzzy memories of mine from years ago. I never went back to give that game more time.
Wait, that room wasn't there before. I don't think.
Yeah, if you find Dragon Age's writing uninteresting, then
must have put my pack here.
You're graduating up.
That makes sense.
You're getting older.
To sleep in the infirmary.
You've seen it before. You've heard it before.
A few moments to unpack my things.
Ooh. Which probably means you're going to start finding that all big budget mass market stuff is going to start falling short of your expectation. Because it is all this. Yeah. It's just comfort food, mostly. And it's engineered to be that. Like, the only conscious decisions made are not what makes this a more artistically interesting thing, but what's going to make more people like it. What does our market data tell us about what people are looking for? What features do they want? Because we're making this to make money. Let's see here. This ancient logbook is filled with meticulous Veilfire runes. Though it is encoded, flicking through it offers vignettes of borrowed memory. Fearful refugees are ushered to the Lighthouse through Eluvians, emerging from the infirmary and libraries as soldiers, spies, and scholars. Gardeners plant long-extinct herbs that grow, are harvested, and wither in the blink of an eye. The sharp smell of distilling medicine wafts from a window, and poison for the enemy drips into a vial. The arguments of a war council go on late into the night. Forbidden songs are sung freely, with filthy lyrics substituted for the Evanurius' names. Finally, a heated conversation silhouetted against glass with quick shadows darting behind it. The argument ends with a wordless but unmistakable impression. You summoned them, you feed them. Anyway, Johnny, I apologize if I'm unnecessarily confrontational. It has been, I want to say, since BioWare games first started exploding, which, by the way, they started exploding because they got stupider. If you go from like Baldur's Gate 1 or 2 to something like Mass Effect, they got, well, let's say more approachable in terms of their writing, characters, controls, everything. And even with like Mass Effect 1 to 3, you can see a pretty broad dumbing down of things, and people didn't really call it out back then because they didn't really have the discernment to. Also, I think it was just so big and expensive and everyone agreed that it was good. There wasn't a lot of critical thinking going on. But my frustrations are that yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. It's just been the case for about 20 years now. I keep changing the number. Really, it was the explosion, the Gen 7 explosion.
It'll always show the
game budgets got way bigger, so the games that got made and the way they got made changed. You were not allowed to take risks anymore, and the risk-taking has... Some companies have kept it, most companies have not. They've just gotten way more savvy about targeting the market they're trying to target. But it doesn't always happen, right? Gender identity option. Oh! Oh, okay. You can change your, you can change the way you look. He looks so peaceful, though. He looks so happy with himself. Choosing one will conclude the conversation. I gotta see it. Establishes transgender identity and unlocks new dialogue options and future conversations. Huh. Oh, okay, that makes you non-binary, I suppose? Vin loves who he is. Santiago loves who he is. Do we think that Santiago was perhaps FTM? He'd have to take some raunchy prehistoric steroids to bulk up like that, but maybe? Yeah, nearly everyone agrees that the way that this game handles the transgender stuff is cringe as fuck. I haven't seen it yet, but maybe I want to. Maybe I want to. So I'll agree, this is the most 2024 shit. And I also agree that it's like, it's not great. But you can get over the hump, then you learn to appreciate it because it's campy as shit. That doesn't make it good. But it always makes me, you know what it makes me think of? The 10 Commandments. The movie The 10 Commandments with Charlton Heston, because that is a movie that's supposed to be in ancient Egypt with Moses, but it is a 1960s movie. And there's like the hairstyles, the makeup, the wardrobe. Like it's definitely of its time, even though it's supposed to be somewhere else. And you can't ignore that while you're watching it. But it doesn't make it historically accurate, but it makes it something that was made exactly then, and it is what it is. Anyway, yeah, I love who I am. I love who I am.
There he is. The man I knew I was. I did the work. I stuck with it. And now I get to see him every time I look in the mirror.
Fuck yeah. You got it, Santiago.
The unarmed commander I took this from thought occupying Treviso was the same as owning it. I showed him how wrong he was. Freed a bunch of prisoners that night, including Varric. That's also the night the Crows kicked me out of Antiva for carrying out unauthorized operations.
But like, this is I guess this is how they're doing the backstory, the origins. But also, Vin's just talking to himself in an empty room.
Still can't believe they didn't back me. We're the Crows. Killing targets is what we do. peddler gave me this after I saved his caravan from bandits. He told me nobles think of ruling like a game of chess, that each move determined what mark humanity will leave on the world. If we don't stop fighting each other and focus on the real problems, it'll be the gods leaving their mark, not us. Meditation upon the use of blades.
Meditation?
Must have read this thing cover to cover a dozen times during weapons training.
He's reminiscing.
Most fights ended with me knocking my opponent down with a kick instead of some fancy move.
Fancy move?
Right. That's better.
There we go.
How do I connect to Solus?
Noob Hakia.
Sleep?
Thank you for redeeming this.
Relaxing. Maybe if I clear my mind.
Let's see what Marcus Aurelius has to say about all this. Marcus, how do you feel about Dragon Age Veilguard? The funny thing about Marcus Aurelius's meditations is that no matter what verse you pull up, it's always applicable to Dragon Age somehow. Okay. Okay, verse 25. Try how the life of the good man suits thee, the life of him who is satisfied with his portion out of the whole, and satisfied with his own acts and benevolent disposition. That's it. Just try it. Try, just wear it like a pair of shoes for a day. Try being satisfied with your portion of the whole, and try being satisfied with your just acts and benevolent disposition. Is cringing at Dragon Age a just act of a individual with benevolent disposition? Oh, did I say it weird, Sprouts? Portion out of the hole? Oh, H-O-L-E, I see. Whole. But hey, getting any here and there can be part of one's portion of the whole of life. Getting a hole here and there. Please, sir. A scrap of hole.
Back so soon. It must have been worse than I had thought.
Hello, Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. Perhaps nothing escaped as you stopped me from... what was it? Covering the world with demons?
I'm not here to debate whether what you said was accurate.
But to be clear, it was accurate.
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Geranane.
I stopped you, didn't I?
You disrupted the ritual.
Yeah, I did. Even though I'm nowhere near as powerful as you.
Your plan is to tell me how powerful you aren't?
Back in the Crows, I had to deal with the Antam invasion. One night, I saw a unit getting ready to transport.
I mean, that was a good line.
To another city.
They're in there somewhere.
It was way too large for us to hit.
But you did so anyway, using unconventional tactics to confuse the Antam and free the prisoners.
How'd you know that?
Yeah, this dude was in
Pursue
Inquisition.
me for the better part of a year.
And I think he was in Dragon Age 2.
To learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know that powerful opposition doesn't frighten me. I find a way to get the job done, whatever it takes.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The Elven
Oh, just Inquisition? I thought he was mentioned in 2.
claim their dominion over this world.
Oh, he's in your party in the first game. Shit. I didn't use him much then.
First, the blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
Death Star, I agree. Quality video game teeth. Wait, why is the blight happening again? Because Solus did a lot of magic? He over-magicked and now it's blight time? Their fragment's power, the rest is in prison until they release it. Oh, the gods are gonna uncork the blight again?
The blight didn't escape with the gods?
Elganon and Gillenane escaped largely empty-handed, fortunately. Most of the blight is still trapped in the prison I created ages ago.
So what we saw at that village, that's them not at full strength?
Correct.
I don't understand. Elganon and Gillenane were elves like you, right? Why would they want to blight the world?
It is my fault. As the Dread Wolf, I was a thorn in their side. When my efforts weakened their grasp on the elven people, they grew frustrated, then desperate.
And turned to the blight.
Once the corruption took hold of them, they were blind to its horror. It was just another source of power for them. Now they would blight the world without hesitation and call us backward and foolish for opposing them.
Then we shut down whatever.
Man, all those words just bounced right off my
They
brain.
will need to pierce the veil to reach the Blight's prison.
About the motivations of the gods?
Dagger is one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed two things, and the blight is the first. What's the second?
Dr. Deagle, I agree. I do wish we had more dumb popcorn games.
And what is a god without worshippers to
I think people are kind of burned out on overwrought, epic,
I don't think the
quote-unquote good storytelling games. Sad dad games, really.
Agreed. Elganon and Gillenane care little for the
Spider-Man 2 was pretty popcorn.
They will find worshippers among those
Sort
hungry
of.
for power.
All the minigames weirdly made it less popcorny.
The corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel strong.
Riding a bicycle.
They will
like the slice of life segments.
I came here for specifics, not fortune-telling.
I would tell you more were I not currently in prison thanks to your actions.
Fine. I'll go kick the trees and see what falls out.
The Vinverse, the Lighthouse Eluvian, can take you anywhere, if you master its secrets. Have you done so?
Not yet, but we've got one of the Veil Jumpers working on it. She'll get it sorted, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes. I suppose we will. And when you speak with Varric, please tell him that I regret what happened.
Look at that framing, though. Oh, nope. This is a pretty, like, it's also a pretty basic writing setup. You literally have an elf ghost that you can consult anytime the story loses direction. And he'll just tell you what to do. And then you're off to the next level. Ooh, decoration mode. Nice. People like decorating.
So Solus told the truth about the gods.
You heard? It's bad, Varric. If you'd seen Demeter's crossing.
The team needs to act fast.
No, Klondike Bar Beat Mania hasn't happened.
From a bed.
It went down at noon. It went down an hour ago for maintenance. But it'll be back up in one more hour. Finn is a born leader through Alpha.
I never doubted it.
Never mind.
Rook, when I put this team together, what did I look for? A detective to find the Dreadwolf, and a scout to get us the lay of the land. Exactly the people he'd expect me to recruit. Disciplined, predictable. And then there's you. Remember when we first met?
Magic wildcard with a big dick.
You pick apart an entire Antom patrol in Treviso. They outnumbered you 20 to 1.
They were overconfident. I took advantage.
Which no one else did. Crows didn't appreciate the heat it brought down, but you've got a knack, kid.
For what?
Finding a way through the wildest shit I've ever seen. With a plan that no one expects. On the best day of his life, Solus wouldn't see you.
Yeah, this is some Mass Effect 3 level writing.
Don't worry. I'll still be.
I remember a ton of just like pointless gassing up of Shepard in that game. About how brave you were and what a great leader and an amazing warrior.
There is something.
There's just something about you.
Crossing was awful.
You got it, kid. Moxie.
Survivor, the mayor.
You left.
Real protagonist glow.
Not everyone was happy about my decision.
I love this
We're
pose.
just starting out, and I'm already losing their trust.
The key to earning the team's trust isn't to only make decisions everyone agrees with. It's showing the team that they can tell you.
Yeah, it fits when Vin's the main character because there's a lot of dialogue in fucking Fast and Furious movies like that.
You'll listen.
Although Mission Impossible movies got really awkward. Like Fallout had a lot of weird dialogue about how amazing Ethan Hunt was. Ving Rhames had to like be like, man, thank God Ethan is out there protecting all of us from all the terrorists. We love him. We're gonna see these movies forever. And I was like, okay, just crash the helicopter, all right? That's what we're here for.
Did Nev tell you about me talking to Solus in the Fade?
I had some good arguments with Chuckles back in the day. I can't imagine being stuck with him in my head. But how are you feeling about it?
Your old friend is kind of an asshole, Varric.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall while the two of you get into it. Solus fought a rebellion against Elgar'nan and Gillenane. He didn't want to be a god. But he's also a lot older and more powerful than any of us. He looks at us like we're toddlers.
So how do I deal with him?
Well, act like you're as smart as he is, and he'll be insufferable. Show him you respect his age and experience, and he'll remind you he's just a man. Honestly, pick whichever of those pisses you off less.
He also asked me to tell you that he regrets what happened. Hurting you, I mean.
Chuckles is sentimental. He could burn the world down, and the thing that would make him cry is a single flower with blackened petals.
When I took over at the ritual site, I had to make a call on who came with me to knock over that statue. It was the first decision I made leading this team, and Nev got hurt because of it.
You made a decision with the best information.
He's doubting himself. What an unbeen move.
Hurt. Or worse.
What would you have done?
Yeah, Eluvian, I've seen some of the hair physics. There was that shot with Nev where like her hair was just slowly like falling off of her shoulder.
A good leader
that looked really cool.
Never makes mistakes. It's someone who admits when they make one. That's how you earn their trust.
I'll let you get.
That's a fun sentiment, but leadership doesn't work that way.
Rook. Hey, one last thing before you go. I've been racking my brain thinking of contacts who might help us with these gods.
You got any ideas?
Nothing. But being a leader isn't about having all the answers yourself. It's about knowing who does. Nev has connections to a whole world that Harding and I barely know. Might be worth talking to her.
Which engine is this? It's Frostbite.
Thanks, Varric.
Pretty sure. Yeah, we've come a long way from Frostbite more or less getting blamed for a bunch of games getting delivered shit to this. This like
you can stop fussing over
looks great, runs well.
what the others are up to.
And they were able to pull off some cool environments and effects with it. And the hair tech. I am hoping that this game is just sort of a non-stop parade of magical, whimsical landscapes, because the Cyber City at the beginning looked pretty cool. They even managed to make the magical forest look pretty cool by having, like, mixing a lot of autumnal colors in there. Workshop. Ugh. Another version of existing item, purchasing it from merchant while increasing item statistics while unlocking new properties. That's what that's about. Okay. Collecting mementos out in the world will let you upgrade the Caretaker's Workshop. Upgrading will increase the number of enchantments on offer. Increase the power level of all weapons you can find or purchase while adventuring. Interesting. It's like levels up all your gear. Excuse me. Thank you. Where's the story more?
Hey, Nev. Hi, Wisps.
Yeah, they're still here, but you're here for leads. You want allies to go after the gods? I've got places to look, if we can get anywhere but Arlathan.
Valara's working on it. What have you got?
Let's start with the angles we know. The gods are corrupt magic personified. Who do we hire to fight that? First, the Antivan Crows. We've got you. But if one assassin's good...
Why not two? You have someone in mind?
Your most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium.
I've heard stories about him. We need someone good, but he needs to work with us.
It's one lead. We'll learn more if we meet him. The demon got his nickname taking out blood mages and Venatori. There's been fewer stories in recent years, but your bosses would know.
The Talons? They're gonna give me an earful.
If you want to look elsewhere.
I'll set up a meeting. What else?
A trip home.
Back to Minrathous.
That was weirdly sensual.
Capital city and heart of Tevinter. An empire of mages that knows a thing or two about corrupt magic.
Tevinter authority.
Won't help and can't be trusted, which is why we talk to the Shadow Dragons. They're a resistance group
Shadow
that fights
Dragon.
slavers, blood magic, and imperial corruption. They've got eyes and ears everywhere, including mine. If the gods enter the Empire, we might get something. Besides, I owe them an update.
Are they mages?
Tevinter might prize its mages, but the Shadows accept anyone. We've all got a stake in the cause.
I mean, the progression of her, like, wounds is pretty cool looking. I don't know that I've seen many games try to do, like, bruises and trauma that heal over time. Usually they're just hurt, and then they sleep, and then they're back to their normal character model.
Sure we can trust these Shadow Dragons?
You've got a better shot with them than most in the city.
So we talk to the Crows in Antiva and the Shadow Dragons in Minrathous.
I wouldn't mind checking in on my neighborhood either. If Valara's ready for us.
Yeah. Should check how things are going.
How does he pour himself into those pants? That's a lot of diesel for a small tank. Oh, they're high-waisted too? No liquid is getting out of those pants. It's all bottled up in there. Steaming and marinating. Tucked into his boots too, I think? Oh yeah. Fully sealed. It's like a still suit from Dune. Why he's so bloated.
Almost there. I just have to... Shit! Sorry.
Can I help?
No, I've got it. Mostly. Mirrors are funny things, aren't they? Reflections. They distort reality, no matter what you try. And there's the trick. Control that distortion.
Right on time. Isn't it great that she figured this out exactly as we walked into the room?
There you have it.
What is that place?
If I had to guess, it's the Fade. Another part of it, I mean.
Didn't Morrigan say this Eluvian could go anywhere? Didn't think that meant elsewhere in the Fade.
She called it the Vir of Us. Freedom of ways. I wonder...
What game would you say Veilguard is most like? Probably God of War Ragnarok. Just because Ragnarok is a little more mechanically complicated than 2018. But I haven't played it a ton yet. But yeah, even Ragnarok had like conversation trees and stuff. I feel like the combat's a bit faster. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, that's really close. Although I think the writing in Guardians was probably a bit more what people maybe were hoping for from this game. Because Guardians had pretty good writing. It was still like, I wouldn't consider it like trying to dive into anyone's psyche or anything, but I thought the banter was really good once you get out of the intro and like they establish all the characters.
If you have an idea what that place is, Balara, share it.
Yeah, Eidos Montreal.
Some of the older texts
Tragic.
talk about a place in the
Tragically
Fade where
underutilized.
the Eluvians meet.
But great
Crossroads where
dev
you could
studio.
travel across
I liked
all
their
of the
Thief reboot a ton. And yeah, their Deus Ex game was phenomenal.
Chasing Solus.
Mankind Divided was really good, rather. I was hoping that they would be able to get a third game, but...
And it is not.
Are you trans yet, son? I am, actually. I made that decision while staring at random things in my room.
Who are you?
And
how did you get here?
The wolf's fang. You carry it now. Old paths. A new journey. Through there. I will wait.
All right.
Well, can't tell if that's a trap or not. But we're short on options. One way to find out.
And it didn't feel dangerous, you know? Almost more sad.
No matter whatever or whoever else they are, they're a creature of the Fade. That means they're dangerous. Keep your weapons ready.
And we still don't know what this Eluvian's gonna do. One of us should probably stay behind in case it closes.
Good point.
Just tell us when you're ready to go, Rook, and then we can figure out what's going on.
Wibbly? Dragon Age Veilguard has taught me that not everything needs a verbal reply. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Dragon Age Veilguard is certainly in the age of over dialogue. It's funny because I was lamenting about the saturation of dialogue in games, and then I watched Hundreds of Beavers. It's a wonderful palate cleanser. And it's starting to have a sparkle. Gills. Gills. Electricity detonates under applies weakened. I don't think I have anybody that can apply weakened. Or can detonate weakened or whatever the heck. Alright, Nev, I guess you're sitting this one out. Or wait a minute. Oh, it says it right there. Oh, they give you a nice little bottom line of what they can apply or detonate on the side there. That's nice. And Nev's hat. Let's see here. Oh. El Jumpa. Okay. Can you fish in this game? I don't know. You can fish in Metaphor ReFantasio. Or at least I've been able to buy bait. I haven't fished yet. Like, Metaphor, speaking of writing, Metaphor is another interesting case because it's very anime writing. Everyone over-explains everything. But the verbiage is a little more austere.
Who are you?
Or rather, I should say even the localization.
I go where I am.
They speak like anime characters in an anime world. Or like, you know, medieval fantasy people. Whereas the dialogue in this game is a lot more colloquial in modern day. For some of the characters, in some of the conversations. It has been interesting to see, like, of the people complaining about the tone of Dragon Age's writing, being like, why aren't you complaining about Metaphor? Or the culture aspects even. People complaining about the culture war aspects of Dragon Age, being like, why are you ignoring Metaphor? We know the reason. We know. It's because anime gets a pass with nerds. But that means that the arguments aren't logical, right? And we can't acknowledge that. That it's all just histrionic bullshit on the internet.
The Evenurus hunger for the crossroads.
Metaphor writing does not get better.
Blight.
It's not very elegant, but the beats are solid. I'll say that. Like, it is pretty boilerplate fantasy storytelling in its dialogue and writing, but it's hitting it, right? Not as good as like Lord of the Rings, but I think that's a good comparison in terms of this is like stock storytelling, but it still works because it works. It's worked, beginning of all time. What RPG do you suggest for a first timer? Ooh, that one's tough. It's tricky now because a lot of games have RPG elements in them, so it's even difficult to say what an RPG is. If you want a real deep end experience, if you want to just throw yourself in and see if you're into it, Baldur's Gate 3. If you want something that's way more like approachable and guided.
Roots and magical seals? What's through there?
It's starter RPG. I started, maybe one of the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, Final Fantasy 6 maybe. Yeah, Witcher 3, but is that even an RPG? I guess it is. It has levels, but yeah, Skyrim is a good other extreme. Mario RPG, yeah. Those are good starters. Oh, Johnny, you thought Metaphor's writing was good or great. So you have a style, is what I'm picking up. You have a preferred style, and Dragon Age Inquisition is not it. Sorry, Dragon Age Veilguard. Which I'm gonna say, like, Western young adult fantasy is not your style. It is kind of cringy. Yeah. But it kind of always has been. There are people who find, the young adult anime style very cringy as well. I think Metaphor has...
This dog seems sturdy.
Ooh. Has some dashes that make it a little more edgy.
So you can ferry us to the other islands.
Winds await.
I do appreciate that it does that anime thing where it really does try to think about the lived practicalities of some weird magical bullshit. Like they spend time explaining the rules of things. As opposed to just being like, it's magic. It's a portal. What the fuck you want? It's a portal. Go through the portal. Oh, what's this? Final glove? Oh, I didn't even notice you were wearing another one. It looked kind of like skin tone for me. Interesting. Pink and black? Or is that one set, or are you wearing okay. I can hear it squeaking. Interesting. Steph's trying on some new fashion. For me, Metaphor and Final Fantasies in general have a type of sincerity to them that I find lacking in these types of games. Yeah. There's some Joss Whedon-y smarm in this. To me, I read that as a conscious attempt to appeal to like the D&D crowd, because the like that the DreamWorks smug face is kind of just part of it. That Dr. Whovian, like, ooh, it's just in there. Whereas, yeah, anime likes to take itself a little more seriously sometimes, weirdly. Although, even anime can have its moments, right? Where it's funny that the girl doesn't cook, or somebody trips and falls and their hand's on a titty, or like everyone pratfalls because someone said something ridiculous. It happened. Handwritten notes annotate a page torn from a grimoire. His ritual may not have broken the world, but it has shifted another. Once the crossroads blossomed for the people, now islands rise in the great divides, and if this place blooms, it blooms unseen. One should appreciate it still, for truth has its own beauty. The changed crossroads is a sign of life both here and elsewhere. Its islands reflect the world beyond, not just as we see it, but as the crossroads is shown it. An Eluvian has two faces, after all. I wonder what certain acquaintances of mine will make of this. The people's refuge taking on new form. Great plans will change, no doubt. They should welcome it. Change, after all, sets us free. One thing I've noticed, the lore entries are pretty good writing. Like, the lore entry specifically, the shit that's written down, the stuff that they cram into like the 2 or 3 paragraphs they show you, not bad. Like, pretty dense, decent turns of phrase. This place is amazing. June's normal Eluvian functions with twinned lyrium fragments. One always leads to another, so let's somehow tuck the crossroads into making fade Eluvians that override them. His own network to run our rebellion. Provided you ignore all the old stories about holding up mirrors to mirrors and getting caught in the infinite reflections. Says Felasan. Oh, Felasan. I found a scrap of your writing the other day. In the deep fade. Oh, you're a Ghibli anime enjoyer? High fantasy tinged with, like, unspeakable existential horror? There is something... There's an unmistakable aroma about, like, anime youth fantasy, because it's kind of like, it's always infused with this sadness that either youth ends or that youth isn't allowed to be young, if that makes sense. Like, you're not allowed to be young and innocent. It's taken from you. And you spend the rest of your adult life trying to understand that or mourning its loss. As someone who never watched anime, Marvel, or a Star Wars, Dragon Age was about as popcorn as I got. Them leaning more in that direction rather than aging with its players is just kind of a bummer. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. If it were just a game in the Dragon Age universe rather than the culmination of 3 games, it wouldn't have landed so flat, possibly. I would have thought enough time had passed that people would not consider them to be in any kind of continuity anymore.
Interlopers too?
To me, this is an attempt to make Dragon Age a sellable property, because it's been so long. So they're... But yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, I think you've hit on one of the core aspects, which was people played a lot of games back in the 2000s or early 2010s that were made for that time in the way that people knew how to make games for that time. And they thought that was the brand identity, because it was. But the real brand identity is we're going to make a fantasy-themed bullshit that sells. And the rest kind of fell in behind that. Not so much for Origins, I don't think, but I think the games that followed. Inquisition. Although I feel like Inquisition's structure is more owing to its time. The forced open world stuff. Feeling the need to deliver a big, epic, content-packed game. You gonna play Slitterhead? Absolutely I am. I'm excited for that game. Yeah, you want to talk about games that are outside of the need to sell as many units as possible and how that can shape the creative? Check out Slitterhead.
The Fater. That's where they're breaking through.
one of the...
Let's cut him off.
I didn't read the full review yet, but the excerpt of the Eurogamer review called it unapologetically weird, and that's just about the best descriptor I could have ever asked for. Oops. Yeah. How am I not? Ah, that's interesting. I think they showed that indicator at different times. Seems like you always have 1 HP. Or you have like death protection. Been avoiding Eurogamer reviews? Yeah, they've been out there. I used to like them because they were one of the few outlets that would write about games with a mind of like, this is for young adults. This is not, you know. They were able to write about games without the status of a game being popular or AAA or big budget really affecting their take on it. But it almost feels like they've gone a little too far in that direction lately. I don't think Slitterhead is out yet. It's like in a couple days, right? Red Wolf was a better name in my opinion. I agree. Veilguard is just kind of awkward phonetically. Oh, this Friday. Okay. I'm dreaming, but this time I know I am. Even if I didn't, this place would tell me. I'd never dream of a place like this. Cities are full of people. An empty city is the bones of a good meal. A reminder that makes a hungry woman sad. Okay. Oops. Take that. Take that, hungry woman.
Good work, everyone.
Yeah, there's no blood. You're fighting magical constructs. Game's rated M though still, isn't it? Yeah. Young adults and teens. Gotta have a setting where there's conflict with infinite replaceable enemies, but they don't bleed. Horror feels like where most creativity's happening at this moment.
An entryway?
Only I wasn't such a coward. I feel like it's the trappings of horror maybe lend themselves to experimentation more. Oh, Mr. Chest.
That poor spirit's being held prisoner.
Oh yeah, the Mario Party review. I did read that one. I mean, I thought the reviewer couched their opinions or explained their negative take pretty well. That like the games themselves just weren't that well designed or interesting or variant anymore.
God's really knocked you about.
Well, it's...
Do you remember our mission? Gillinane's lab. The wolf sent us.
Oh, I didn't see the Sonic X Shadow review.
Things didn't go.
The author praised the Shadow content as the greatest thing ever before ranting about hating remakes and remasters. And I mean remakes and remasters in general.
Grab the key and we'll run for it.
They completely sidetracked from the actual review. That's bizarre.
It's like all she sees is another ancient elf. One of Solus's agents?
Maybe that's the only contractor they could get to write a
If we split up. See you ahead.
Sonic review.
Blight. Be careful.
Is it real blight or just a memory?
Yeah, I've tried to screen out how pointlessly negative I am about the general state of games media.
Just memories.
But it's not great, but it kind of makes sense why. Ooh, yeah, there's definitely like 1 HP protection. Anyone that can write worth a damn and has played games long enough to be able to produce consistent criticism of them can find hopefully find better paying work than writing game reviews for websites, because that is just not livable work. And most of the audience doesn't really demand that sort of criticism. Kind of to the point about reviewers not really calling a spade a spade.
The blight infested her lab. If it's a memory, let's go with it. We need to find our way out before Gillenane finds us.
Few reviews that do or ever tried were usually just completely dogpiled on and flamed out of existence. I remember commenting on some games back in the day and just being relentlessly told I was out of touch, which was true. Oh, memento. That means I can get stronger weapons. 182. Holy cow. Halo being rated M was a cock block for young teenaged me.
You came for us. Your key was enough.
This unnatural corruption demanded my personal attention. It is strong.
Yeah, I remember a lot of...
It has already blocked the escape route I had planned.
A lot of unhappy kids when I worked at GameStop.
Let's all split up and find it.
I will destroy what corruption I can. You must cut through these monstrosities before Gillenane unleashes something worse.
Solus sounded rattled.
He was spooked by the blight, I mean.
Hey, speaking of Halo, we got a real Halo level here. Nope, wait, I take it back. There's a devious environmental puzzle in this room. I was about to say, this is similar to a lot of Halo levels where it's like a little bit of storytelling, a hallway, and then a room with enemies. Halo. Get PS3 vibes from this? Yeah, I'd say so. This is the game that they probably would have... This is a game they probably desperately would have wanted to make back in the PS3 days. I think there has been a bit of a return of the PS3 style popcorn big budget game. The thing is, it just looks a bit different now because it's 2024. And it's not 2008. But I think a lot of people are mega nostalgic for those kinds of games, and I think they were hoping that these games would hit that, or be like a 2000 style game again. I got that vibe from Forsaken. That was a big like PS3 era game. Even though I only played it for like 4 hours or so. Didn't really like him in 2008 either. How dare you? Assassin's Creed is the evolution of art.
Time to go.
Breathe. And faster than anticipated. Perhaps you and your allies warrant more study.
Bring back resistance and Killzone. Oh.
We've got company.
I think it would be, I need to find a way to make this like content. I need to find somebody that fondly remembers Killzone and make them play Killzone. Or Resistance. Either of those. Forgetting about the thing. Dudes with little globbies that explode.
I think we broke through to Gillenane's prize specimens.
Killzone 1 was so much fun.
Gillenane was experimenting, then...
Was it?
Maybe
I'm glad you remember having fun with Killzone 1.
Maybe they're old.
Yeah, I still intend to play through those games someday. It's gonna be rough because people are gonna come in and be like, "Oh, these games." Yeah, these games though.
Here, the blessed.
Didn't say it was good, just fun. I'm glad you remember having fun.
Damn, Gillenane got her. Look out!
The elbow drop. Oh, oosh. Super Vin move. Trademark Vin Diesel move right there. Fuck off. Ooh. I don't think anybody that remembers having fun playing Killzone would have fun with it if they played it now. That's my theory. They got me. They killed me. How intense is the autosave, I wonder? Just don't play one on the OG hardware. What you have to do. That's what Killzone is. All 15 frames per second of it. I'm going to just to prove my point to nobody. Not that anyone cares, but that's what I'm gonna do. You better believe it. I did the wrong thing, you idiot. There is no follow-up. You fucked it up. What? Why aren't you doing anything? Oh, you did that. Okay. I don't think there's any, like... There doesn't seem to be any, like, UI feedback that you've activated a skill. I don't quite get there. I would expect that when you're, like, holding left trigger and you hit a button that it would, like, glow or circle the ability. God, fucking shit. All the fights are starting to get more ridiculous. What? Oh, it exploded on contact that time? Last time it looked like it, like landed on the ground like a grenade and waited there for a minute. Yeah, you hit, like... Yeah, I used the ability, but there wasn't, like, an indicator that... Wait, why are they both on cooldown now? What's that all about? Did it just re-spawning? Man, you want to talk about games that, like, had nothing going on creatively, though. Something like Killzone, where it's very literally just World War II. It's like Call of Duty plus Halo. Nazis in space. We'll just mash up the two most popular games. Just smash them together.
To masterwork. You, who are the most sensitive of us.
All that I am belongs to the pursuit of creation. You chose to constrain yourself. I must climb to the heights only understood by gods. I go now to join them.
Resistance had a bit of a different flavor. It was like, what if the science fiction came back to the 1950s, or 40s, or whatever?
Please.
They tried it both ways. They were like, let's put the Nazis in the future. Let's bring the fighting back to World War II.
He's too afraid of the blight to do anything but end her pain.
I am so sorry I failed you. There is only one way I can help you now.
Wolf.
This place and the corruption within it must be eradicated. No trace can be allowed to spread. Go. Your work here is done. There is no need for you to witness what I must do.
It's over. Solus destroyed the lab, the blight that was here, and his agent.
He was so ready to burn it all. Friends included. Not much has changed.
This... fragment might tell us more.
Oh, effect unlocked. Okay. I guess that's kind of a neat way to do duplicates. Kind of. I forgot about charged attacks. Next charge attack will be critical. And against attack. Oh, okay. So there are better timed blocks to do. I'm hoping I get to go back. I missed a treasure. Can't break my 100% treasure collection rate. I'm positive that I haven't found them all. I think they make it so you can come back to these areas. Una Vale, good to see you. Thank you for the sub. Vin is on fire, which is to say his career is on fire. He's got another Riddick movie. He's got another Fast and Furious. He's got Arc 2. Vin Supremacy. Whoops. Oops. Huh. Does anyone know the best way to play the 2D Sonics on PC? There's a collection? I would have thought, yeah, emulator. Don't is also a good answer. Yeah, I've wanted to play through like the 2D Sonics. I'd play through Sonic Adventure 2, spooky season. Get that Pumpkin Hill rap. Very spooky. Sonic Spinball. Ugh. Sonic Spinball might be the first game that I played where I was like, I might enjoy this game if it didn't run like shit. I don't understand how Sonic Spinball runs so poorly. Whereas, like, Sonic games are supposed to scroll fast. It can scroll all kinds of stuff if it's a side-scroller, but the second it's a fucking pinball game, suddenly that's too much for the old Sega to handle. Oh, what about party? Oh. Treasure.
The Guardians can't hold them off for long.
Big detonation. Get to Treviso or Docktown.
Is there something inside it?
Seems like it. Awfully jiggly. Jiggly.
An altar to a wolf. I know who that's for.
Direction of treasure? Telling me there's treasure up here? Is it up there? Oh! Wow. Veil jumper strength. What the fuck was that? appears to be a piece of litter. Closer inspection reveals that it is an obsessively drawn map folded like a Riviani paper toy. Unfolding it creates a three-dimensional model of something. A scrawled note is visible. I refuse to be beaten. These are reflections of true places. They have logical form. Therefore, these streets and their origin points can be mapped as anywhere else. I have charted the shifting, intertwining dreams of primordial sloth demons and its victims. I will not be bested by architecture. My mentor keeps whining. Some things are unknowable, Varian. You're courting madness, Varian. Will I say to him, would a mad woman concoct an entirely new schema of wisp mapping incantations just for this? Could a depressed person do this? Holds up a note of inscrutable ramblings. Alright, I zapped the two things. What does that mean? Thought I was going to clear the branches. Oh, there's one more. There's one more, you idiot.
Blight and blood magic has sealed the way. Only their champion may open it.
Don't I look like a champion?
It dwells on this island. Challenge the champion and claim its essence. This path will open to you.
Kind of looks like he's wearing a keyboard necktie. Well, I like how seemingly complicated this environment is. A lot of paths going off. I'm gonna guess it's the sort of thing where you can really only go down 2 or 3 of them at any given time, but at least it has that much going for it. All right, I'm gonna take a quick lunch break. I'm gonna have an apple, maybe something else. Haven't decided yet. But when I come back, hopefully Beatmania will be done with its maintenance, and we'll enjoy some beats. And then whenever I get tired of that, back to Dragon Age probably, or something else. Depends. I might need a more concentrated distraction by that point in the evening. We'll see how the day goes. Thanks for watching so far, everybody. Appreciate your tolerance of my impassioned ramblings about Dragon Age and the state of games appreciation. I'm still having a good time, and I'm also not mandating that I'm playing anything profound. I learned to get rid of those expectations a while ago. But you should expect some ridiculous beats. There's a new song pack. There's 2 new song packs, but one of them is Toho music, so I'm probably not going to play that too much. I'm not really in the mood for just like an entire shotgun blast of notes of synth, but that's most of what Beatmania is. So we'll do some exploring. All right, I'll be back in a bit. See you soon.